Hello, everyone, and I apologize for being very, very quiet so far to the start of this. I am setting up the board. I actually don't even know. Was this a Roy Lopez? Do we think? Perhaps some would say yes. One second, everyone. All right, I should be good to go. We started a little late getting set up, and when I say we, I really mean me. Anyways, how's everyone doing? We're tuning in here. This is round four of Phoebe Witte's Hague Open. Very exciting. Hello, Dijon. Hello, Ofta and Alan and Marbles and Ray Beasley and Fly and Bishop. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Hope I got everyone. 480i. All right, are you guys ready to see me? I think we could just all focus on Phoebe's camera, right? We don't really need to see me. No one's here to see me. This is all about Phoebe, but I guess I can say hello. Hello, everyone. My name's Joe. I go by Joe Bruin on Twitch, but my real name's Joe Lee. Not that that matters. I'm commentating here for Phoebe's round four of the Hague Open, and we do have a Roy Lopez with knight to f6, and Phoebe castles. If the knight takes the pawn, we get the rook on the e file, and we'll be winning the material back with some initiative. So, yeah, Phoebe's got white, which is exciting. She gets to go first. Bishop to e7, getting ready to castle for black. We're in the opening stages here. The players are fairly confident in this. I'm sure this is a very famous opening, one of the most famous openings of all time, perhaps in chess history. I think I personally don't play the Roy Lopez. I play the Italian, which is bishop to c4 instead of bishop to b5, pointing at this pawn. Also a very popular opening. But the Roy Lopez, I think, is probably a more well-known opening and probably more common, actually. Um, but yeah, black oftentimes will play for b5. Bishop will come here, pawn to c3. We'll see how much opening theory they follow. I don't know how much prep Phoebe has for this, but with the white pieces, you typically can prep more. So we've seen Phoebe get into some time scrambles, time issues sometimes, especially with the black pieces when you have to react to your opponent's opening. Typically, Phoebe likes to play a French against e4, but her opponent deciding to play e5, which, yeah, goes into this Roy Lopez opening. So very exciting. I cannot wait to see how Phoebe gets the win here today, as we all are expecting. Maybe we could do a prediction in the chat. Phoebe's FIDE rating up to 1673. She used to be higher rated than me, but luckily I've been able to luck out, I think, and get some rating points. So perhaps some good motivation for her to compete and get some more rating on the line. So um, Joe's flexing my rate. Yeah, my FIDE rating has gone up tremendously since the FIDE update. Um, that's the guy from, yeah, hi Brody, good to see you. All right, there she goes. Phoebe is off. She played rook to e1. Very sensible, very strong move. Supporting the center. defending the pawn. Perhaps going to go for an early d4 at some point. But yeah, typically c3 is played. All right, there's the prediction. Will Phoebe win today? And I know we're all believers, but some of us are also gamblers. And sometimes your gamble might pay off. So obviously we want to support Phoebe, but we also got to pay up for our points, you know. Listen, the show quotas, they're not cheap these days. Predictions now up. Thanks, Alan. Shout out to the mods. All right, so it was 10 points on yes, but now 1,000, 3,000, blaming me. Okay, well, yeah, either way, I think you can blame me, right? Except for the win. If she wins, then of course all blame is on her. She's earned it. Phoebe's not even at the board, but we all suspect she'll play bishop to b3 next. This is anticipated. Best invested in non-believer, rating to the moon. Honestly, you guys, you know, based off of how the prediction was set up, it's will she win today? So there's also, don't forget the chance that she draws, which would fall under the no category. So I think perhaps statistically with draws intact, like not even looking at the ratings, one could argue that it's more likely for a draw or a loss to be possible. But of course, Phoebe now has returned to the board with her T, maybe updating the T command. I'm not sure if we can tell, but are those cigarettes on the table next to her? Do we know? Is that just me seeing that, or hey, Sammy, good to see you, dude. Shout out to Sammy. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Hi, Rob. Guess what? What? Hello, Martin. Phoebe never accepts a draw. That perhaps is a kappa. Hello, White Noise. Yeah, it's an early stream for me today, but it's a late stream for Phoebe. It's a 9-hour difference, so I guess it's almost 8 p.m. local time for her. It is 10:55 in the morning for me here in sunny LA. Normally I'm sleeping in at this hour, but I think an occasion as momentous as this deserves an early rise for me. So, an honor to be here. I appreciate you all tuning in. Phoebe has played her move, bishop back to b3, and it looks like the opponent has castled. Very sensible. So still in the opening here. c3, to me, seems like the move. It looks like gum. Yeah? It definitely could be gum, actually. That's probably more likely. She's not addicted, but they make her look cool. I didn't know you could do that at the chessboard. Things are different in Europe, I guess. The scourge of European players. Yeah, if only I just went and played, perhaps I could gain some. I'm the stereotypical chess American. My USCF is like 200 higher than my FIDE. All right, c3 on the board. She's in prep. She's ready. You'd love to, Sammy. I wouldn't take you as that kind of guy. You're advanced one title in backgammon, which is just short of master. Yo, congrats, dude. What is that? That's like the expert equivalent? Up before noon, that's right. You'll wait a few minutes, assess the position, invest last second. Yeah, the prediction's open for. We still have about half the time left. Lots of points now on Phoebe. clear favorite. So actually, now that I see that, I actually remembered why I was thinking that no would be a good gamble, because not based off of the statistics of what's more likely, actually. It's based off of the fact that I know Phoebe's viewers are believers and they're going to vote yes, right? So that should be the clear favorite. But because of that, those that gamble no get a higher reward. So Sammy with the international backgammon rating, close to CM. Okay, so like backgammon also has like a US rating equivalent. Exactly, Fly. Fly understands supply and demand, right? Okay, so Phoebe plays h3. And h3 is a sensible move. Anytime the d pawn pushes, this bishop gets opened up to this diagonal. So when we play the move h3, this is a long-term investment, much like your channel points. Phoebe is clearing a square for the king. This is called a luft. She's also controlling the g4 square, which takes away both from the knights and the bishop. The bishop coming would be with a pin, which is fairly annoying. Pinning the knight would undermine the knight's control of the center. We're trying to support the center for a d4 pawn break when the time is right. So h3, very sensible move here from Phoebe. Very, very solid. And she's not getting too low on the clock. Her opponent has gained time on the clock. But Phoebe's still within 5 minutes is pretty good. This is a 90-minute plus 30-second increment game. Here, my experience, which granted is not a lot in Roy Lopez, knight a5 seems to be a common move. Bishop tucks back to c2, dodging the knight. And then we see the c pawn get involved into the game. And then white typically goes for this d4 pawn break, which actually follows a current game that I have being played right now on chess.com. So fun fact about me, I hate daily games. So if you see me playing a daily game, it's because I'm playing somebody that I know, pretty much against my will. But anyways, yeah, I probably shouldn't share this information, because what's going to happen is people are going to just send me a daily rated game challenge just to see if I'll accept it or not, and probably I won't. And then, yeah, don't take it personally. I play people all the time, just in real chess, not this daily stuff. Anyways, classical's a fun format. It's definitely close to daily, because this game might take all day. But anyways, you'll understand this Roy Lopez thing. Actually, I was kind of hoping maybe Phoebe could give me a course sometime, or perhaps you guys in the chat could teach me. After knight here, bishop here, pawn push, if white plays d4, like what does black do? Actually, probably just bring the knight back, right? I assume. Hello, Mermaid. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Plotter. Thank you for being here. Hello, Nifa. We play almost every day. That's right. Nifa sometimes likes to play with my emotions. I won't play you, Physic. Listen, I will play anyone, but not in a daily game. That's just it's too much for me. Small cigarette. I think the running theory is that's a pack of gum. But we can ask Phoebe in her interview after the game. Maybe she'll just like open it up and consume whatever's inside during the interview, and we won't even have to ask. We'll just see it and know. Hello, Suki. Madaram Itsuki. Good to see you. Hot pot, dude, Sammy. Enjoy it. That sounds so fun. I'm jealous. Yes, opponent is graciously allowing the match to be streamed. So we're very appreciative of our opponent. Looks like the channel prediction is in. So 22,000 for yes, Phoebe win, and 17,000 for no. So it's actually fairly close. Of course, Phoebe's the favorite. She's getting up. So her opponent taking the longest think of the game here, which is a good sign. Perhaps out of prep at this moment. Perhaps debating. You can bring the bishop out. You can bring the knight out. All is well here, I suppose. This tournament is in The Hague, which is in the Netherlands. Yeah, it's possible Phoebe could be up on time in just about a minute, which is definitely a good sign. And I suspect Phoebe's still in opening prep. She is one to prep. She should meet up with Bigfoot. Or Anna Maya. Actually, do you guys know? I think they've met. Like, I assume they've met. But I would also not be surprised if they haven't met. Geography knowledge of a non-American. That is very much not true. You don't think they've met? They have met at Tata Steel. That makes sense. All right, knight a5 played, and we'll see how quickly Phoebe gets back to the board. Sometimes players will get up and walk around, but they'll keep a close eye on it. Oh, we saw a camera shake. There she is. So she was definitely nearby. Or she's got some sort of extra sense, a chess sense of, oh, my opponent just moved. I got to get back. Sometimes when I am just sitting thinking about my move, as soon as my opponent leaves, I'll like play for whatever reason. Because I think like if they're not at the board and I've played my move, then maybe take some extra time off their clock. Although to be fair, in a 90+30 game, in the first 5 minutes of the game, probably that's not gonna be too helpful. But every second counts, and it's especially true for me because I'm very slow, as most of you know. Not only is my favorite animal a turtle, I also play like one. So I do get flagged at times. Strider, thank you for the raid. Welcome. You're tuning into Phoebe's round 4 game in the Hague Open. It looks like they're playing in a living room. This is some sort of playing hall. I would guess it's not a living room. But I wouldn't know. We can ask Phoebe after. The last backgammon turn. Yeah, what's the time control for backgammon, Sammy? Will there be a post-game interview? That is the expectation. So that is what we're expecting. Do you know the timer for Go? I do not, actually. Actually, I've never played a game of Go. Just something about it has not interested me. Jolie doesn't look anything like the Jolie I know. Who's the Jolie that you know? Shigorin Roy Lopez main line. That's apparently, you know, I'll take your word. I knew it was a Roy Lopez. Chess.com's computer is saying it's the Morphe Defense Keras variation, which I don't even know if I'm saying this right. At this point, it says it's a Columbus variation. It's a Morphe Defense closed. And now this is Keras. Oh, you're thinking of Jolene. Well, that's Fly's version, but Vlad had a classmate. Yeah, well, Vlad, I mean, that is quite the behavior. I'm trying to think if there might be some relation. Odds are probably not. There's a lot of Joe Lees out there. Sammy, I never got the letter. I've been checking the mail, so I don't know if you sent it yet. All right, pawn in the center. So this is more or less how I play it with the black pieces, which frankly is a good thing for Phoebe because I don't play very well. So hopefully opponent keeps playing like me and then Phoebe will break through at some point. I'm expecting d4 here. This should be the next move from Phoebe. Phoebe's been getting up and walking around, stretching her legs. But opponent played this move relatively quickly compared to the time think he had before. c5, and now Phoebe, when she gets back, we're expecting d4 to play in the center, attacking e5. And yeah, I think the knight could come back if it wanted to. I'm not sure, Sammy. I can send you my email if you'd like. All right, Phoebe has returned. The return of Phoebe. Let's see. She's written down her move. She's got a nice pen, by the way. Do you guys have a lucky pen at chess tournaments? Typically, I just have whatever. But I know some people are really into pens. I feel like people can become like pen hobbyists, or like people like their watches. They collect watches and pens. I feel like is another fancy thing. Her cup is also pretty cool. It's clear. Gives us a good look at that tea, which I don't know. We could speculate what kind of tea it is, but yeah, Phoebe. She's at an hour 21. I don't know if you guys want the clock view, but right now there's a knight in the way. But I can give you guys the close up here, the zoom in of Phoebe pondering her next move, staring deeply into the position, expecting d4. Brody's a pen hobbyist. I know we sent Brody some chess.com pens. The time control is 90 plus 30, so an hour and a half with 30-second increment. She's used about 10 minutes of her time. Her opponent has used about half of that. I don't know what Automa Automar's Pigwet. I don't know what those are, 480i. I am not a pen hobbyist. Just whatever works. Sammy, the opponent has requested not to be on camera. So we will not be viewing our opponent here, but luckily they accepted to still have the match be streamed, which is very nice. Bishop Stars, yeah, I really don't want to say it. Oh man. I don't even know what origin that is. The Sky Winner saying, from the board, black looks in a better position. Well, the computer still favors white, actually. And I definitely agree, like, personally from this position. I've had this position quite a few times in my experience. After the move d4, I genuinely don't know what to do. But apparently queen c7 is going to be next for black. But white still has the initiative. Hello, Lit Memes. Good to see you. Fellow Californian. Getting a little back and forth on the Collegiate Chess League Instagram comment section. Shameless plug. California's rule. Dr. Jules tuning in. Hello. Can we get the board? Yeah. I can show you guys. Phoebe's thinking perhaps a bit much on this move. This is probably her longest think of the game so far. But we're still deep in some Roy Lopez theory. We're on move 10 here, about to be playing move 11. So I will show you all the game and how we got here. We start with e4, Phoebe with the white pieces, both knights out, and now bishop to b5, a Roy Lopez. a6, one of the most common responses, saving the bishop back, bring the knight out, castle, bishop to e7, rook e1, defending our pawn. b5 now, bishop back, castles, and now c3, preparing for d4, h3, knight a5, bishop c2, saving the bishop, and now after c5, Phoebe has just, no, she hasn't moved yet. I thought I saw something, but nope, still her turn, an hour and 17, and we're expecting the move d4. And yeah, eval, for those curious. Although, to be fair, I don't think the eval in this position really matters that much. But people speculating if black is favored or white is favored. If Phoebe plays the move d4, the computer, on the strength that I have it at least, says plus 0.31. So just under a third of a pawn. So sometimes people get excited when they win one pawn. The engine states that if Phoebe plays d4, she has the potential to win almost 1/3 of a pawn. So that's pretty exciting. The Stockfish believers have something to look forward to here. Although I would expect her opponent not to play a perfect game of chess. Phoebe might. I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out soon. It's also the evaluation on move 0. Phoebe has held the initiative from the start, which is honestly a win out of the opening. Still theory, yeah. Phoebe, she's a thinker. She is definitely a thinker. Hello, Fallen Gandalf. Good to see you. If this is prep from Nodule, maybe we can. Is Nodule in the chat? You have a lucky pin and an unlucky pin? Why would you have an unlucky pin? After you lose one game with the unlucky pin, that's your sign to get rid of it. I thought. Maybe. Maybe not. Anyhow. Which engine am I using? Stockfish 16 Lite on depth 20. Apparently. But apparently even the engine you're using can change based off of like your computer. I've heard. I'm not sure. Can we get 2 sig figs? Is 0.31 not 2 sig figs? Yeah, Phoebe perhaps using a bit of time. I'm not sure what else she could be considering. There's D3, B3. Like, we want to move these pawns because we want to move this bishop, right? And we also want to move out the knight at some point. So playing d4 is a very sensible move here. So perhaps Phoebe is rethinking certain prep, considering what happens if her opponent captures. There's two different captures. Considering if her opponent develops or doesn't develop, perhaps even considering a move like b4. But these are not such common responses in this position. But yes, Phoebe is the thinker. D4 is 96% of the time. D3 is the other 3% of the time. And then the other 1% of the time, Lord knows what's happening. Appreciate Sack Mini. Switch to Stockfish 16, not light. I'm not even gonna mess with it. How big is the difference between Stockfish 16 light and Stockfish 16 not light? Also, it's like the name of a beer. You have like Miller Lite, Bud Light. There's Stockfish Light apparently. I wonder how much ELO you would gain from drinking that. What do you guys think the percent alcohol is in Stockfish 16 light? Hello, Amit. Good to see you. It's basically Stockfish 11. Wow. That's crazy. 3.9%. Bud Light is not a beer, to be honest. Spoken like a European. Stockfish would adopt Stockfish Light. Stockfish Ice. 100 proof. It's just all right. You need to have a certain ELO requirement to use Stockfish 16. B4. All right, she's played it. D4. Slightly hesitant, but she's on the right track. I think sometimes with Phoebe, she just needs some confidence, where she knows the move, and sometimes you just get lost in time. But she's definitely not getting lost in the position. She is playing the best move, and now we wait to see her opponent's response. A quick response here, honestly, I expect. And there it is. Yeah, Queen C7. So the guy knows what he's up to. He is in prep, I suspect. So his longest think was on knight a5. But since then, he's played relatively quickly. So we'll see if Phoebe gives an equally long think here. It's definitely possible. The computer top recommendation, bring the bishop out. Sensible development. And also, leaving space open for the knight perhaps to come out. But yes, queen here. It helps defend this e-pawn. It was attacked twice, only defended once. So queen here offers some support in this manner. I could take some notes, honestly. Queen c7. I should start playing. Does she have a private room? I believe the answer to that is no. And I suspect after this game, you will see when she walks out of the playing hall, she'll carry her camera with her, and you can see a look around and see other players playing other boards. So it is not a private board. That would be very fancy. Like, they don't even have private boards at, like, I don't know, Sinkfield Cup or US Championship. They're still in a playing hall with the other players. I would say probably the most private playing room is for World Championship, but that's only between two players. And it's not even that private. There's people walking in and out there. Who's playing in that picture? Are you talking about the picture behind me? You want to see my My poster, it's a cat. I have a cat poster. I don't have a cat. I just have the poster. But all right, enough about me. Probably too much. Honestly, we could stick to this view for the rest of the tournament. Phoebe giving some side eye right there. All right, so she's on the clock. She's 15 minutes below her opponent here, and we're only on move 11. So Phoebe, I guess at this stage, out of prep, I would say. I would say on her last move, given the amount of time. But the thing is, I think Phoebe just takes time. Like she could very much still be in prep, but she just takes her time every time. And last time I watched it paid off for her. She played very well in time pressure even. Her opponent definitely did not use the time on the clock and made some severe blunders that Phoebe was able to take advantage of. In this position, opponent has not blundered yet, but it's still very early in the game. So Phoebe just likes to take her time, and that's okay. So she's leaning forward here, helping her get that angle on top of the chessboard. She's looking at it as if it's an online board. You know, she plays a lot online, but she also plays, you know, every week here. She plays in these tournaments, which is great, and she's really working on her FIDE rating and just competing more, which is fantastic. Meanwhile, out here, I play like maybe 1 or 2 tournaments a year. So I'm barely able to move the pieces anymore because I'm not used to. I have to like click on a piece and move it, you know, to every possible square before I can decide on what move I should make. The mouse slips over the board are pretty rough to deal with. And when you play over the board, sometimes you play illegal moves. They don't let you do that online. So definitely very different. But yes, I definitely loved seeing Phoebe playing more over the board, and it's good for her online chess too. So you can't really think like this online. So this is her truest form of chess. When you play online, you're rushing your moves, right? Like the time constraint is tremendous. You're forced to just make a decision. Here, Phoebe has time. Like Phoebe, honestly, she would love to have more time in a classical game, which might sound crazy to most people. Uh, but yeah, Phoebe's the kind of player that could look at a position for forever and just really try to figure out. And luckily, we have a clock that's forcing her to make her moves. Otherwise, who knows what would happen. But sometimes I see like she'll share puzzles on her Instagram. Shout out to Phoebe's socials. Go follow her. But certain puzzles like I can't even solve. Like I'm like, wow, how on earth did she solve this? Like it's gonna take me 45 minutes just to think of like the first move. But also with that in mind, you have to keep in mind that this is not a puzzle position, right? We're still very much in the opening. This is not new territory. I'm sure you could see on a database how many times this position has come about. You know, 11 moves of Roy Lopez theory. I'm sure there's thousands of games from this position. So Phoebe, she's getting down close to an hour mark. So she's used about a third of her time. Paraba comparing me to Hammer for Botez. What a high compliment for me, and frankly, an insult to a professional like Hammer. Although Hammer is a very gracious individual, I'm sure. I don't want to say if it's an insult for him or not. I don't want to assume, but Yeah, shout out to the Botezes who are playing at the Prague Chess Festival, commentated by Hammer, who is truly a professional in every sense of the word. I'm lucky to commentate any chess at all. And to commentate for Phoebe, I mean, what an honor. I know Phoebe has quite the stack of commentator lineup. She could have anyone she wanted. Just probably Botez reached out to Hammer first. I think if Hammer knew I was commentating for Phoebe, he would be upset at his agent for not booking this earlier. So yeah, I wouldn't go telling Hammer. He might get upset. But yeah. But really, like commentating's fun. Phoebe's not moving very much, so I'm just talking. I don't know if you guys can tell. But believe me, the moves will be coming in because the time is going to keep ticking. So Phoebe's going to have to make moves. Frankly, I haven't been doing a good job of like even assessing the position myself. Like after Queen C7, I mentioned, okay, developing a piece, right? That's sensible. But like there's a lot of places you can develop your pieces to. There's also captures, there's also pushes. You can go here, you can bring, probably we don't move this bishop, but probably we could go here, we could go here, could even go here maybe. Probably not, but is she hibernating or dead? I think she's thinking. I would guess there's a third option to that choice. Potentially even more. I don't think she's dead. We can see she's breathing and moving. Yeah. Knight BD2. This is yeah, these two development moves are the most common. It's a hedgehog reference. Please tell us a wild chess story. Wild and chess, those are two words that aren't often put together. um, uh, well, I guess I do have a kind of crazy story about chess. Chess is so great because there's so many people around the world that play it. It really is a universal kind of game. And so I'm really gracious for the chess community because basically 95% of all the people I know are through chess. So the other 5% being people that I grew up with and went to school with, or just like, I don't know, happen to be near me just coincidentally. But chess brings people together like nothing else in my life. So um, I guess any wild stories I would have regarding chess would be about the crazy wild people that I'm lucky to get to meet and hang out with and talk with, and that includes all you Twitch viewers. I don't know how many countries we would have represented in the chat, but this is definitely a very international, global event. Phoebe, obviously, in the Netherlands, in Europe, me being from the US. We have viewers in both continents and probably more continents, perhaps. I don't know if we have anyone from maybe Asia or Africa, but I assume we have people from Australia. I know the Australians have a chess community. I'm sure some of you are tuning in. Anyone from down under tuning in right now? At least one person in the chat from US. All right, so I'm not alone. Brody, we don't talk about that. No, I'm just kidding. From Antarctica. Wow. That's a first. It's too early for the Australians. They're asleep. Dang. All right, well, probably someone will tune in. I think Heir Apparent is from Australia. So, shout out to the Australians that are sleeping right now. 6:30 a.m. in Melbourne. 1 a.m. in India. That's that's still pretty early. Bishop saying, "I'm sure you're very popular." Well, thank you. I don't know if it's true or not, but um so okay, you guys wanted a crazy story. Uh Brody might know. This is like a I don't want to say this is common knowledge. It's probably a lesser known fact. I don't really talk about myself very much, you guys. But there was a podcast released yesterday from Logic, the rapper, and he hosted none other than my boss, Danny Wrench, who I'm sure you all are very aware of. So they actually recorded that episode about a year ago, but it just came out yesterday. So if you guys want to listen to a podcast or you listen to podcasts and you think, oh, Logic the Rapper podcast guests with Danny Wrench, if that sounds interesting to you, I would recommend it. And the reason why I bring that up as part of my wild story is that I actually know them both. Like, obviously, I know Danny and have worked with him and currently work with him. But I also know Logic the Rapper because I was his PogChamps coach. So they referenced that in the podcast. So that's my wild. It's not even that I didn't share the wild stuff, but yeah, I am lucky to get to teach chess to some cool people. So meeting him, I guess, was wild. Didn't know you coached a rapper. Yeah. And now at this point, we're just friends. No wild Hollywood stories. I have some wild Hollywood stories, but not the kinds that you're thinking. I used to volunteer at a hospital in Hollywood. And yeah, the people that would check into the emergency room there are very unique. Okay, Phoebe. Man, what a time think these last two moves have been. She was like around an hour 20, something like that, and now she's under an hour. And this position is, to me, it's fairly flexible. Um, Bringing out a piece, definitely very sensible. Coach Logic and backgammon if he wants to learn it. He actually does play backgammon, Sammy. Um, I've played with his stepdad, or sorry, father-in-law, not stepdad. My apologies. All right, she's played d5. So she has decided to close the center. Um, Joe as a house. I don't know why. Um, they don't talk about me, Bishop. They reference me. They mention me like twice. Joe is a doctor. No. Another perhaps fun fact about me. I don't know if this is a fun fact, but I am a failed doctor. I was pre-med at school and I never took the MCAT, which is the test that you need to take to apply to med school. So I did pre-med all throughout undergrad and then took a gap year. I worked at a hospital. I volunteered at a hospital. Actually, I volunteered at multiple hospitals. Um, but yeah, never took the MCAT. MCAT actually technically got canceled by COVID, but to be fair, I was not preparing for it like I should have been. Um, but yeah, Sammy, I wouldn't lie about that's something really random, but it is true. Undergraduate just means my university like degree that I studied under. So like in the U.S., undergrad is when you graduate high school, which is like grade 12, then you go to college, or I guess the rest of the world calls it university, We call it both. It's like more or less interchangeable. But when you go to university, your 4 year degree is called your undergraduate degree. And then when you graduate, you can go to grad school. So then you'd be then called a graduate student. And that's like MD or PhD or law school or dental school or whatever. So that's like a graduate degree. You could also get a master's. Um, a lot of people just go straight into work, which is technically what I did. Yeah, bachelor's. That's a better phrase, I guess. That's not what I thought it'd all fly. Um, okay, fun fact: Kasparov played D5 here in a 2002 game against Ivanchuk. Grandmaster degree. True. Thank you, Chihuahua. That's not true, Sammy. That'd be nice though. But okay, so Phoebe, in her time think, she has come up with the move D5, closing the position, and she has not gotten up from the board. She's chilling, calmly waiting for her opponent to make a move. Phoebe has finished her T. I don't know if we have anyone there that can give us a T run, but okay, knight into C4. A solid, sensible move here from our opponent. Moving forward. So we'll see how much time Phoebe invests here. Our opponent is at 1 hour 22. Phoebe is at 57 minutes. Medicine's loss is chess's gain. Yeah, I think about it a couple different ways. I think obviously the world needs more people in medicine. I think that being a doctor is such a noble profession and such an awesome thing to do. And I've shadowed and worked with a lot of doctors and really look up to them. So I think me leaving the medicine industry is an unfortunate in a way, but at the same time, I as a person am very lazy and I don't like to work a lot or very hard. Uh, Believe it or not, a lot of times I'd love to just like if I wasn't commentating right now, you guys, I'd probably be watching a Phoebe stream. I would be watching someone else commentate for Phoebe. Don't tell my I skipped a couple work meetings for this, you guys. This is a great excuse for me not to work. This is fun for me. So, yeah, even though like probably the world would be better off with more doctors, the world probably uh well, to be fair, who knows? I could definitely probably make some mistakes. I probably wouldn't be very good. I wouldn't trust myself. All right. Besides the point, I think as a person myself, I just am happy doing what I do. So no regrets. And yeah, I get to work a job that doesn't feel like work. So I get to commentate, I get to play chess, I get to watch chess. I don't have to go into an office. You know, you guys just see my upper half on camera, but who knows if I'm even wearing pants. We could put a chat prediction in. No, just kidding. I'm joking. I get out of bed most days, you guys. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm working right now. Yeah, this is definitely tough work for me. I don't know if you guys could tell. I'm exhausted. This is I'm gonna need a vacation after this if Phoebe keeps playing this long per move. Just kidding. Phoebe's only at 3 minutes on this move right now. Joe's wearing pants, I'm sure. Yeah, Plotter, my apologies. This might be my last commentating position, depending on the things that I say. So, who knows? Who knows? I think Phoebe looks back at the stream just to make sure that it worked probably. So I just have to get lucky on what parts she tunes in for going back. So definitely don't clip anything out of context. That would be putting my job at jeopardy. So would appreciate if you guys just pretend that all is well. All right. So thanks if we're all on the same page there. That's great. How many people are tuning in right now? No snitches, okay? Too late. Oh my god, I should have started the stream with that. Did not realize. I better shut up. It's part of my green screen technology, you guys. The things you can do with AI is just incredible. I was joking when I just said that, but I reminded myself. So I commentate for the Collegiate Chess League for chess.com streams, and someone literally took a snippet of that broadcast and they put like an actual commentator over me and the other host's face. Like, I think it was David Howell and like someone else, but it was like kind of freaky seeing that. And yeah, I don't know. The future can be scary with what technology is doing. Um, but yeah, I thought I would be somewhat safe, but I guess AI is coming for my job too. I could already be replaced. You guys you wouldn't know until you've met me. I've met Sammy. I've met Brody. All right, Phoebe kicking the knight away as opposed to dancing the knight away. So expecting b6. Now our bishop has new options available. David Howell AI commentating for CDL. I think the dream for me is to have like Danya and Hess. We've had Danya commentate last season for like one playoff match. Or broadcast, I should say. Knight back to b6 fairly quickly. Insensibly. Because the knight just came from here, so the knight moves to a new square. And now Phoebe, let's see if she develops one of these pieces or if she moves a pawn. There's really no trades or captures, so just developing moves here. Still theory, still over 100 games in the database. Joe is lazy, yes. If there's one thing you guys take away from this. Will Phoebe fire Joe after this stream? She might fire me mid-stream. Who knows? She might walk away from the board and then the stream will just cut. Or she'll cut my live feed somehow. Or she could cut the stream for hers. I guess I would still be live on my channel. So if anything goes down, you guys know where to find me. Just as a backup. Just so that we're all aware of the emergency exit plan. No, Phoebe's too engrossed in her game to even notice. She probably doesn't know that there's a camera on her. It's just her on the board. She probably doesn't even see an opponent. All right, here we go. The knight has developed. Knight b to d2. She probably doesn't even hear me. That's right. I made sure to mute the Discord call that we're in. Otherwise, that would be way too distracting. And I know personally because I have my own thoughts in my own head. I can't mute those. Although maybe I could see a doctor and prescribe something. But no, they cannot hear me. That is important to note. Sometimes I'll commentate games live with like someone on the call, or I'll be like giving a lesson and watch their game, and I'll be speaking about it, and people think that they can just hear me, which would be like a form of cheating. But I am muted, so they cannot hear me. At least I hope. I assume. Honestly, I don't hear what I would just based off their non-reaction, I can safely say they cannot hear me. Phoebe, if you can hear me, blink twice. Oh, was that I don't know. Okay, that's maybe too many times. I don't know. Is she sending signals or what round is this? This is her fourth round. Labor Day vacation, Sammy. I definitely need a vacation. There were two last. Guys, listen. I swear she cannot hear me, okay? Even if Phoebe is signaling, I don't. She's very deadpan right now. She is waiting on the when it's your turn. I noticed she's been focusing deeply on the position. When it's not your turn, you should still be thinking about, your opponent's move, your next move. And obviously you can think about the moves without looking at the board or even being at the board. But this is just a pro tip to any player out there. Definitely use your opponent's time on the clock, and that will help you save time. So we see Phoebe here glancing at the clock. She sees the time difference. It's almost 30 minutes. All right, perhaps a tea refill for Phoebe. She has gotten up and perhaps will return with a full glass of tea. One can only assume. So, Phoebe using her opponent's time to refill her tea, that is definitely a strategic move. Even though it's not her turn and she isn't making a move, she is making a move. Literally, by moving off the board to get tea. So sometimes you guys, there's the game and then there's the game within the game, This is definitely psychological warfare being waged between these two veteran chess players. Like, I'm going to get tea on your time. So, yeah. And opponent taking a deep think. Oh, was that a hand move? Maybe. I'm not sure. Also, check out that chair. That's that's the comment on that, you guys. No, honestly, the chair, I don't know how comfortable that looks. What do you guys think? What would you rate the chair? It's definitely less comfortable than her gamer chair, I would assume. So the gamer chair maybe a high score, maybe like an 8 out of 10, maybe more. Just based off of looks. This chair, I don't know, it's a decent, you know, like average maybe. I wouldn't say above average. 64 out of 100, the chess square. Hello, Ross. I'm hiding right now. You guys don't see me. You guys are getting the chair view. You give it a 3. We can ask Phoebe, and honestly, you guys, looks can be deceiving. We can't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, the chair could have a high rating. So, honestly, like, the players aren't playing chess, it's the chairs. The players are just like the vessel that the chairs use to play the chess game. So, it's really a battle of chairs. 6.5 out of 10. That's actually pretty good. You need a VOD of this. I'm actually streaming this to my YouTube as well so that it's saved. I don't actually read YouTube comments for the live chat. I don't have it open. So who knows what's happening in there. absolute wild, wild west going on in the YouTube chat right now. No moderators, no nothing. So the only reason why it's on is so that it's saved. Because the Twitch streams, like maybe it gets deleted, maybe the VOD's not saved or whatever. But I have it on YouTube, and the reason why I'm able to do that is because I don't have music playing right now. So my normal streams with music, I cannot stream them to YouTube, only onto Twitch. Because on Twitch, I can remove the music from the video, but I can't do it as well to YouTube. So I tried, and it didn't work out. So haven't really looked into figuring out a way past that. So I just stream on to Twitch, but then when I don't play music, then I don't have to worry about copyright, so I can stream it onto YouTube as well. Where is the link? That's a great question. There's a YouTube command in my chat, but I don't know. I could copy paste it. Wow, Martin has it. That was quick. All right, we have a move. So Phoebe's knight goes forward, and our opponent's knight goes backwards. Knight from B to D7, I believe. So Phoebe has returned with her full cup of tea, re-energized, rejuvenated. And now we see the move knight B to D7, I do believe. Sometimes those black pieces can get a little mixed up in there, but this was the last move. This is a retreating move, ladies and gentlemen, and this move, it cuts off the bishop, and as far as future prospects for this knight, it looks like it's not much, frankly. So perhaps the rook will move and the knight will reroute, or perhaps this pawn will push, but probably this knight move was not super accurate. This might be a moment where black is out of prep and now playing on their own. So, or this could still be home prep, but that was definitely a longer think for our opponent. We have probably now the most interesting move of the game so far, unless you really are enjoying this deep preparation of the Roy Lopez. But at this point, yeah, I was thinking maybe like a bishop development. But okay, this isn't the best diagonal. Let me go back a move and see. The computer was calling for the move c4 here. Keeping the c-pawn backwards, I suppose. It does like bishop to d7. It also likes a5, taking space. So her opponent steps backwards, and now Phoebe has an opportunity here to be aggressive, and she can play in the center with the move c4, preventing black from playing c4 and connecting the pawns. We see Martin calling for a4. This is top recommendation by the computer, taking the space on the queen side, and somewhat taking advantage of the fact that black did not develop the bishop and is leaving the rooks disconnected. So we would be putting pressure onto this pawn, right? And if pawn takes, we can take back perhaps even with the rook. Whereas with the knight here, we did not have that option. So whenever your opponent steps backwards or concedes something, right, they're giving up control over space, over squares. So the knight on b6 is controlling these key squares. When our opponent moves that knight, we have to ask ourselves, can we take advantage of something like this? And you notice immediately, of these 3 squares we highlighted, 2 of them are pawn breaks that are the top 2 recommended moves, right? So a4 being one of them, c4 being the other one, which, you know, is very interesting. It could be a coincidence, but I suspect not. When our opponents move backwards, they concede squares, and this is an opportunity now for Phoebe to take advantage. Now, it's not very obvious, right? She could just continue on with her plan, which could have been to bring the knight back to f1, to develop it towards the center, maybe bring the bishop out. But this is definitely not a typical move that you would see. It's an underdeveloping move. So perhaps Phoebe has some of those chess senses coming out again. Perhaps her chess senses are tingling, telling her, okay, this move was not expected, right? This move is a concession, so perhaps now is the time to strike and to not necessarily punish, but to take advantage of the opportunity given to her, which is to push one of these two pawns. When is the eval considered significant? I would say significant would be like over, I don't know, like 1.5 or 2, something like that. I think another way to ask that question is like, there's different move classifications on chess.com. There's inaccuracy, there's a mistake, and then there's a blunder. And I think for it to reach the blunder threshold, it has to be an evaluation swing of over 3 or something like that. And I think that is significant because 3 is the value of a piece, right? So a blunder would be losing a piece, whereas you could lose a pawn and it's not a blunder. Although a lot of times losing a pawn could lead to more material loss, ending in a blunder. So yeah, significant is interesting. I think like in the world of statistics, significant would be like 5% or something like that. Could totally be winging it. I also think it probably varies depending on what you're talking about, right? On the context. Or 20%. Is it 5% or 20%? Because 5% is 1 out of 20, so I could definitely be confusing them. You once lost a game in which you were +9. I once lost a game where I had mate in 2. Not in classical chess, in online. I don't know how bad it was on or over the board for me. I don't remember very much. Like I don't play as much over the board. But like yeah, recently I had a game where I had mate in 2, and then I got mated in 1 instead. So it's pretty bad. I'd say that's a pretty bad blunder. Probably I've like blundered mate in 1 to get mated in 1. The absolute worst of the worst swing. It literally cannot get worse than that. So that's probably happened to me, I would assume. Wow, Martin even pinned my YouTube. I don't know why nobody needs to know the YouTube because you're here watching it live right now. And I can share the actual link to the VOD, the YouTube recording later, like on Discord or something. So if anything, I would pin her Discord. That's where all the action's at. Actually, the action is here. You guys are here, right here, live. And okay. Sorry, did we have a move? I'm rambling a bit too much. What the heck did Phoebe play? She moved the pawn. She played c4, ladies and gentlemen. Not Martin's a4, but definitely one of the top 2 moves. And when I say one of the top 2 moves, that probably means it's the second move. But a good move nonetheless. This is now officially Connect 4, so Phoebe gets her side victory. Not only were they playing chess, but also Connect 4. So congrats to Phoebe. That's one battle done. And yeah, this is a really nice pawn chain. You can tell by the way that it's a chain and that it's nice. So pawn push. So her opponent can react in a couple of different ways. They can capture, in which case Phoebe could take 2 different ways. Or they could push, closing the position. Or they could do the secret hidden third option of just completely ignoring it. Moving a rook, moving the bishop. So lots of options for black. Phoebe's at 45 minutes now, so she's at about the halfway point of her time. Rosen Trophy. Connect 4, so she wins. She wins the side bet of Connect 4. It's a different game. So technically, the chess game still goes on. I know it can be confusing. Like, why are they still sitting there? The game is over. But they're actually playing chess as well as Connect Four. So it's not about who wins the Connect Four first. There's also King of the Hill. That's another side game that's happening. So whoever gets the king into the center first. There also is this other variant. Some people are tuning in for. It's called three check. So there haven't been any checks yet, but definitely they're keeping that in mind. So, but ultimately, the main game that they're playing is for checkmate. It's just the regular chess variant. I know it's not as exciting, but this is a traditional match here. I've been told our opponent is actually more traditional in playing chess. So, used to the old ways. All these variants are relatively new, actually. Chess is an ancient game. Apparently, it's older than me, so you know it's pretty old. I won't say how old. But anyways, Phoebe has gotten up, and you can tell by the way that she's not there. Unless she's turned invisible, which, I mean, Phoebe's got a lot of tricks up her sleeves. That would be a new one. Although, rumor has it, she has a cloak of invisibility. And on top of that, even the one true ring. So I would not be surprised if Phoebe is secretly actually still there and trying to assess the position without her opponent knowing. Definitely a sneaky move and something that only top players really can pull off. So I wouldn't put it past her. A Vietnamese soup, pho. I mean, wait, is that even? That's just the first half of Phoebe's name. Like my name does not get involved in that combination at all, Bishop. But I appreciate the thought. I'm definitely a fan of puns. She's can't look closely. I'm trying to give you guys the most zoomed in look. I mean, technically I could zoom in more, but I think this is probably safe enough. Three check is boring, says Bishop Stars. What do you guys think is a more fun variant? Three check or King of the Hill? Honestly, I think three check is probably more exciting. Pizza says King of the Hill for sure. Ubby says King of the Hill as well. I don't know. The three check is like it's aggressive, right? Like the checks are very valuable, of course. King of the Hill is like I don't know. It's weird. You got to bring the king in the middle, which can be risky. Um, Usually the center is just very much locked up and closed off, and you end up just playing like a normal chess game. From what I've experienced, the three check is like you got sacrifices, people trying to just expose your king through like all these different attacks. I feel like three check is perhaps more exciting. Too much time. We don't need this much time. And then Dorito emoji. Lazy Beast. Very insightful. Yeah, 90 plus 30. Definitely not for the speed chess demons. Spell chess. Yeah, spell chess is a fun one. Hello, Osnut. Good to see you. I am well. Hope you are too. If you all are just tuning in, we can give a quick recap while the players are away, or at least Phoebe's away. I assume her opponent is still there, but this is Phoebe's round 4 of the Hague Open, starting with e4. She's got the white pieces, and we have a Roy Lopez. And this is pretty theoretical opening. c3, clearing the space for the bishop. Knight a5, attacking the bishop. Bishop c2, saving the bishop. We have c5, d4. Phoebe's spending actually a decent amount of time on this next couple of moves. She decides to close things. So this is a big decision, keeping the center closed. Now b3, kicking the knight back, developing her knight, and now our opponent plays this perhaps less traditional move, knight backwards to d7. And now Phoebe addresses the center, playing c4. And now we are waiting for our opponent to move. So if you guys tuned in late, let this be a lesson to you. You didn't miss a thing because I just gave you that full game recap right there. So to everyone that tuned in on time, you were able to witness it live. So even though you might have lost the time and we all got caught up just now, you were able to gain an experience that otherwise cannot be re-witnessed. And on top of that, you had the opportunity to bet your channel points. So there's a lot of people tuning in that missed out, not only on witnessing these moves be played in real time, but also on the ability to predict and gamble your channel points. And perhaps that is the biggest loss of the entire event if you missed out on that. So yeah, a lot of channel points on the line for this game. Lots of people tuning in, not only investing their time, but perhaps maybe even more importantly, their Phoebe points, commonly referred to as Phoebes. They miss learning about me. Alan, no one misses that. That's definitely, yeah. In fact, the people that tuned in, they had to put up with me, actually. So if you tuned in late, you missed out on absolutely nothing. Just kidding. Bughouse. Yeah, Bughouse, definitely my favorite variant. I think Crazy House is like up there. It's what you play when you don't have a partner. So that's typically all I'm able to do. Just kidding. No, I get to play with some great Bughouse players. I'm very lucky. Shout out to Chicken. All right, the bishop has moved to b7. So, bishop on the main diagonal. Although this is very much closed position here. What's the T? It's a good question. Can you guys tell? Is this her second or third cup? Either way, she's going through it. They must have a tea selection and some hot water, which is nice. That's definitely more than most American tournaments have to offer. We're lucky if we have water provided and a working toilet. I think that's the big difference between US and European tournaments. There's a tournament in Vegas every year. I want to say it's the North American Open, where they don't provide the chess boards. Like, you have to bring your own boards and clocks. And I remember asking, well, I was with, when was this? I forget when it was, but I remember I asked Dina if she would play, and she said absolutely not. And I was like, why? Like, this is a very fun tournament. I play in it like every year, like everyone tends to go and whatnot. And she's like, I would never play an event where you would have to bring your own board. That's just unheard of. And I was like, what? Like, that's normal. So that was a very obvious experience of like a difference between American chess culture and European chess culture. I think the European tournaments are just better organized and maintained and operated, whereas the US, it's kind of like you just kind of fend for yourself. Um, Although I've been told that US tournaments tend to have better prize money, which I think if you're taking into account the price of, providing boards and clocks and all of that, that probably makes sense. So, anyways, having to bring your own board sounds insane. Yeah, that seems pretty normal to me. All right, Phoebe, she's following up. Her move has been played. Knight back to f1. So let's see what the computer thinks. The computer, again, calling for this a4 move, for the record. Also likes bishop to b2. It also likes knight h2 for whatever reason. And then it likes a4. And then knight back to f1. So I don't know, maybe getting away of the f-pawn, but she has played knight to f1. And now it wants her opponent to move a rook. Or they could capture. But nonetheless, position is favoring whites, which is nice. Djin, set the bar too high. Do you have to pay to enter as well? I think like any rated chess tournament, you pretty much have to pay to join. I would assume that's probably true. And I think the reason why is because rated tournaments actually cost money to rate. Like, obviously there's FIDE. There's also, each country has their own federation. Opponent just played rook f e8, by the way. So Phoebe's back on the clock. That was a fast move from black. So Phoebe, we'll see how much time she spends here. She might want to develop the bishop. She might want to develop the knights. The computer actually likes knight h4, which makes a lot of sense looking at f5. It's a very aggressive square. But yes, tournaments, to rate them, they have to be paid. So it costs a certain amount. It's typically pretty cheap, like less than $1 per game, something like that. I want to just guess like maybe a quarter, like 25 cents for like one USCF game maybe, or per game. The problem is when you have a really large tournament, so like the National Open or the North American Open that I'm referencing in Vegas, Phoebe played really quickly here. So this is a good sign. And now I mentioned knight h4, but knight here, pretty much same idea, but faster, like better. The knight here is kind of awkwardly placed on the edge. Of course, she has two knights that could both come to this square. This knight was also on the edge, on the back rank, so this is a very sensible move for her. And it's starting to look like a very, very nice position as well, right? She has pieces pointed towards the king, both knights, the queen to enter as well. Black, meanwhile, has pieces on the queen side of the board, the knight blocking the bishop coming here where it's relatively blocked as well. The queen also deciding to move towards the queen side. And perhaps that's why the computer also likes this a4 idea. So the opponent could keep things closed, or a trade maybe helps favor open things up for whites. I guess technically the b pawn would be maybe a little backwards, but this pawn would be weak. But I do like Phoebe's general direction here. She is focusing on the king side with her pieces. So let's see. Opponent just made another move. The knight came back. Knight to f8. So opponent bringing some defense towards the king, also opening up the queen as well. So still a fairly even position. Knight here seems very logical. Follow up. The computer still likes knight h2. I don't know. It's fluctuating between h2 and h4. But yeah, the bishop still needs to develop. You can come out. The computer's saying bishop to d3, putting pressure on b5. which is an interesting idea. Perhaps even the queen could develop. So, anyways, I think I was saying something about the price of rating a tournament. If you imagine National Open or North American Open, I believe last time I played it was over 1,100 players. Maybe like one of the National Opens was like 1,200 players, which was like a peak. It's a lot of players. So 1,200 players, that's 600 games. And the tournament's like 7 rounds, something like this. So 7 times 600, that's like, what, 4,200? That's like $1,000 for the whole tournament just to rate the games, which $1,000 might not seem a lot if you have that many players. But yeah, you couldn't do that for free unless you were just maybe Rex Singfield. I don't know. Anyways, also probably the rate is different depending on how many games are being played to rate a tournament. Anywho. Oh, I didn't even read this host command. One and only Joe. You know, there's a lot of Joes. In fact, there's a lot of Joe Lees even. Vlad Chess was telling us how I looked different than he remembered. And hopefully behaved different than he remembered. But yeah. Anyways, good to see you, Dirkia. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Dirkia, did you tune in late? Would you like to see the full game in review? Also, Dirkia redeemed a cooking stream from me, so I owe him. He wanted a pizza, which my roommate makes pizzas, so I asked if he would want to do it, and he said he's like too tired to do it. So I don't know if I should just make a pizza on my own because I've never done it from scratch. So it might not turn out very well. I don't know if I have the confidence. Or maybe I just have to practice making pizza now off stream until I get it right. And then when I'm confident enough, I gotta make like a whole pizza shop now just for Dirkia and then stream it. I might change my profession thanks to a channel point redemption. But anyways, for Dirkia, we're gonna go back. But Phoebe has just played knight into f5. A very sensible move. So the knight on a journey from here has now landed on f5. Phoebe entering the opponent's space, their half of the board. But I know what you're asking yourself. How did we get here, Joe? Well, luckily, we have the game recorded. So it started with e4. And now Phoebe plays a Roy Lopez. She saves her bishop. Rook to the center. She saves her bishop again. But her opponent insists and plays knight a5, attacking the bishop for a third time. And for a third time, Phoebe defends it and retreats it. Not going to take her bishop today. Well, at least not for the time being. So the game is still left to be played. All right, this knight now embarks upon its journey to f5. And now her opponent is perhaps questioning how to react. Now, of course, this bishop is under attack, but probably Phoebe was not actually threatening to take it because this bishop right now is blocked in by its own pawns. So the top recommendation for black, how would you kick the knight out, right? If you push this pawn, probably too weakening. Probably the pieces are very happy to give some use to these dark squares. Instead, a very sensible way to kick out this knight is to utilize your bad bishop, right? Well, probably both bishops are bad. And it's because the center is very locked, right? Bishops like open positions. Knights like closed positions because knights can hop around over the pawns. Bishops cannot do that. Bishops have to work within the structure of the pawns. So if Phoebe were to take the bishop, this would be good news for black because this is a good knight and this is a bad bishop. But Phoebe should not take the bishop. Instead, her opponent could bring her or their bad bishop to attack this knight. So this was the top recommendation for black. Bishop back to c8, an underdeveloping move. Instead, we see the move knight to g6. This was another top recommendation, bringing the knight back into the game. Yeah, this piece is good. I read pizza saying pizza in chat, but this is a good piece. Anyways, all right, so Durkia, that was the full recap. You're up to speed. Welcome in. I haven't had lunch yet, so I am starting to think about food. Honestly, I blame Durkia for bringing up the pizza to begin with. Blame Durkia. Oh my goodness. Yeah, honestly, I do blame myself. Now that you put it like that, now that you brought back what I said, and I read it out loud, I realized my grave mistake. I have no one to blame but myself, as always. But I felt it was worthwhile to share with the chat that when I see Durkee, I think of pizza now because of the cooking streak. I'm in debt to Durkia. I owe this man a pizza. So now I'm seeing the pizzas on the board. Anyways. I'm thinking of a really stupid I don't know, parody. Like that song about when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie. Instead of a big pizza pie, it's a big knight on f5. All right. I'm done. I'm done. I don't know why people put up with me. You guys have to deal with this. You're like, okay, I want to watch Phoebe's game, but unfortunately Joe is commentating today, so I have to deal with I don't know. I don't know what's in store with this guy. I don't know what's going on. Probably people are listening on mute. That's what I would do. That's for sure. Anyways, yeah. What's great about also not playing music is you guys can play whatever music you want over the stream. So Phoebe's playlist was different. Yes, she was playing like what was it, Genesis or something? Was it yesterday? I think it was. It was Genesis like earlier on, and then it changed again. I don't know if she takes song requests, but Phil Collins, a classic. Phoebe actually has a very diverse range of playlists, I'll say. Although, yeah, she does take song requests, right? She plays fish heads from time to time. Maybe not on her own will, but when requested for 5K, yeah. It's probably the most popular redeem. What do I think of Zombie Cranberries? It's an absolute classic. Fantastic song. She didn't get AC/DC tickets? All right. Phoebe's bringing in the army. Knight f5, bishop to g5. It would have been cool if the knight had landed here. We'd have all 4 knights in a stable. But okay, what's happening here? There's really no threats to my knowledge, just pressure, right? And when you develop pieces or you place pieces together like this, in one area concentrated, you're increasing your opportunities for tactics, right? So I believe the saying goes, tactics flow from a superior position, right? So might not be tactics right now, but what she's doing is she's developing, she's improving her piece placement, she is improving her position, right? And focusing on the king side where the king is. And so she's playing this very, very, very well, right? Perhaps slow out of the opening. The Ruy Lopez is very solid. Around the time where she has to decide d4, d5, c4, she spends a lot of time on these moves. But now it's very clear, right? We're out of the opening at this stage. We're in the middle game. This is where you strategically position pieces to set up for tactics, right? And she's closed the center, rendering this bishop a bad piece. Really, the opponent should bring the bishop back and contest a really good piece, the best piece on the board, this knight on f5. But this is not a natural move to make. It's a backwards move. It's an underdeveloping move. The bishop was just here, right? We want it developed in the center, but yeah, the computer yet again recommending bishop c8 as the top recommendation. Frankly, the position's still relatively even, but of course, white much better off in terms of space. Space advantage for sure. Phoebe has 3 pieces in our opponent's half of the board. Meanwhile, our opponent doesn't even have a piece past the 6th rank, right? Phoebe has 2 pieces past the 4th. So Phoebe just has more space. She's got more of that advantage to her. Having more space allows her more opportunity to maneuver. Her opponent is very limited, right? The bishop only has 2 backwards moves here. This bishop, again, only 1 backwards move, really. But yeah, this backwards move would definitely give it more opportunity here. So we'll see if the opponent can come up with this idea. This move was available previously. Bishop here is kind of a pin, believe it or not. This bishop is very well defended, but it's a pin in that if the bishop were to move, Phoebe can definitely take advantage of this. She could sacrifice even the knight here if pawn takes, bishop takes. Or she can do bishop takes, pawn takes, something, right? So bringing in the piece, this piece wasn't developed. So Phoebe's playing this very well. And her opponent has to spend time to come up with the defense here, right? So our opponent now under an hour. Phoebe's at 35 minutes. We have the top move, bishop c8, so he's played it. Now, does Phoebe react? Does she bring her knight back? We'll see. Top recommendation. The computer wants to move bishop back to d2. This is not going to be played. And personally, I don't know if I can explain why this is a top move. Maybe clearing the space for the knight. But yeah, even if the knight gets taken off the board, what does that give us? It gives us a pawn on f5 attacking the knight. Where does the knight go? Well, it has backward squares. It doesn't really want to go to h8. That would be pretty abysmal for a knight. Knights don't like to be on the edge of the board, and the corner of a board is actually 2 edges of the board, right? So you're on 2 edges, and that is the worst place for a knight to go because it has the fewest options from there. So that's why knights like to be in the center. I know, complicated stuff. This is a crash course. Chess 101. Put knights in the center. I hope you all are taking notes. This was free advice from a chess professional. I'm just kidding. Don't take my advice, you guys. Unless you wanted to play as poorly as me. I know most of you are better players. Chat elo is probably average over 3,000. Anything less than that is probably because I would be in the chat normally. bringing down the average. But luckily today I'm not in the chat. I'm just in the commentator's booth. I don't know how. Someone left it open. Who gave me the key? You're not Hikaru. What? Would I play a match against Phoebe? Of course. I would love to play a match against Phoebe. I've played her a few times actually. She's beaten me. She has gotten the best of me, and it makes sense. You know, her FIDE was higher than mine. But recently I got my FIDE up somehow, so I maybe I can get a rematch against Phoebe. You are for 9 physic. That's good. A lot of people don't know who they are. I'm still trying to figure that out. But physics got it figured out. You're my favorite commentator, Joe. I love pizza. I mean, have you watched Peter Lecco or Danya or Hess or Hammer? That's just there's David Howell. I could keep going. We should do like there should be a commentator bingo. Like I saw a video of, I assume it's probably someone's girlfriend. I think they were watching the Super Bowl and they had a bingo card that was like, okay, he crosses his arms, or he blames the ref, or he fist pumps, or, asks, what are we doing? Or just, the normal sports references. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mistake here. Wait, I swear I didn't do anything. No. What the heck was that? I did not touch a single thing, so I don't know why that happened. I had a mild panic attack just now. My hands were off. I swear I didn't do anything. It just, all right, we're back. Wow. All right. Anywho, apologies. Technical difficulties. Yeah, if the camera just went down, I would have absolutely no idea what to do. I would just, yeah, we're not going to think about that. We don't have a backup plan for that. Do we know who's in person with Phoebe? Do we have an insider, perhaps? But yes, we should have a bingo card for chess commentators. Like anytime Danya impersonates like Wesley So, that should be a spot. Or anytime Lecco says, but okay. That'd be fun. I would love to tune in for that and see what else. What else is there? Anytime Danya makes a pun. Classic. Anyways. All right, Phoebe, 30 minutes. She's got half her opponent's time. Honestly, 30 minutes for Phoebe, this would you guys consider this a time scramble? We're gonna have to see some quick decisions here from. Honestly, it's not easy, right? If we look at this idea, bishop c8, clearly the idea is to take the knight, right? We were saying how lovely the knight. Oh, the knight's so good, best piece. How bad this bishop was, right? Staring at a bunch of pawns. Very, very clear idea is to just simply move the knight back, but then the bishop will have done its job. It's removed a knight from this attack. So Phoebe's considering perhaps even trading things. Probably you don't want to trade. Moving the knight, you leave the bishop on the back rank. Like that makes a lot of sense to me. The computer is saying the top move, which again I pointed out earlier, I don't understand bishop d2 fully. Perhaps just clearing the square. But the next top move, it likes g3. And the next one after that, it likes a4 again. So a4 seems to be kind of perpetually a good move in the position. I think that goes against Phoebe's general play because Phoebe's focusing on the king side. A4 is a queen side move. Very innocent stream today. Rating to the moon. I tend to be pretty fairly family friendly. I think I might be fairly friendly too. um, yeah, guys, I don't have a swear jar on my channel, and I would hate to add to Phoebe's swear jar because I think as of right now it's all Phoebe, unless maybe like Mandy's been in a Fortnite call or something, cursing it up. I don't remember. Um, but yeah, definitely added to my blame count so far today, which I think is reasonable. But I don't contribute to Phoebe's swear jar. She thrives on low time. Thrives is definitely a word. Am I aiming for a FIDE title, Joe? No, I would say no. It's funny, my last tournament I played in, I did like a brief section of it's what I don't know, like an accelerate. It's like, let's say the normal tournament is 5 days or something. I played in like a 4 day section, or probably it's normal tournaments like 4 days, and I played in a 3 day. So essentially, your first few rounds are shorter time control, so that you join the section later on at the normal time control. And I didn't realize that the shorter games were not FIDE rated; they were only USCF rated. And I actually did really poorly in those games. And then when I joined the regular section, I did okay. So I ended up gaining FIDE, but losing USCF, which for most people, that would be a good thing, right? And like, of course, gaining FIDE is good, but I am not aiming for 2200 FIDE or title or 2300 FIDE master. Like, I'm not going for a FIDE title. So the FIDE rating to me genuinely doesn't really matter or impact much. My USCF title would be 2200 National Master. That to me, I feel like is more reasonable, uh, and more realistic. And so, almost ironically, USCF rating means more to me than FIDE rating, because that's like the most realistic way for me to get a title is the NM title through USCF. So losing USCF rating was unfortunate for sure. Don't aim so low. I think NM title is not aiming low. Like, it's okay. We do see the knight trade for the bishop, and now black will take back and be put into a pen. So I guess queen takes would defend the knight. So the queen takes is the most reasonable response here. So Phoebe releases pressure here. The knight was really well placed, and the computer would prefer to have kept the knight and allow the pawn to recapture, but this is not natural, right? We're giving black this pawn in the center, although pawn takes hitting the knight would have definitely some questions, and that's probably why the computer liked this move g3, to take away from the knight. So yeah, taking here definitely helps black in that our good knight is being traded for perhaps a bad bishop, but overall still positions favoring Phoebe. All right, queen takes was pretty quick, pretty obviously the best choice. Rook takes, I don't know, super awkward. Knight takes, also awkward. Probably just bishop takes in most of those responses. So queen takes, the only move that also supports the knight. It does get into a pen, but no clear way for Phoebe to take advantage of that. Computer's calling for knight h2. Gotta join the elite club of Titled Tuesday players. Yeah, Titled Tuesday would be super fun to play in. besides getting beat by everyone. But just to be able to say that you joined and could compete, I think is definitely an honor. I think being a master in chess is kind of a crowning accomplishment. Um, so definitely something I think to strive for. But I end up just playing more casually. Um, I don't take chess too seriously. I don't know if you guys could tell. I try to keep things pretty loose. I think something about me is that I'm not a very competitive person. So, believe it or not, like people, if I meet someone for the first time and I say I'm a chess player, they're like, "Oh, you must be really competitive." It's like, yeah, I compete in chess, right? And like I like to win, but it's not that serious for me. So, like I don't beat myself up for like losing stuff. And I think that's something that like really good chess players, like they take the losses sometimes pretty poorly. And that is a really big driving factor for them to like compete well and to like win and push themselves to be better. I'm just like I'm chilling. like I'm okay. Like, you know, would it be nice to be titled? Yeah. Do I want to study chess books and practice all day and study theory? Not really. Do I want to go and compete in tournaments like more than once or twice a year? I mean, that'd be fun, but it takes a lot of energy, you guys, like to compete, especially in the US, these tournaments, you play multiple games a day, which is like apparently also a unique thing to the US. Uh like this tournament Phoebe's playing in, it's once a week. And also like this Prague Festival tournament that the Botezes are playing in. I'm like, how do you guys have an entire week to play? Like every single day. Like our tournaments, it's like you get one weekend and you play 2 games a day, unless you're doing those like shorter sections like I'm playing in, where you're playing 3 games a day. Um, I don't know. Anyhow, knight h4 played from Phoebe. She's looking perhaps to replenish the knight, although she just had a knight there. Anyways, all right, offering a trade. He's effortless. No, fly. I've been playing chess for like over a decade now. Why does it say Jolie? Because it's my real name. Yeah, Joe Bruin is it's a fake name, you guys. It's not. It's my fake identity. H4 feels like she's aiming for a draw. I disagree. I don't think it does. It does concede. You know, it trades more. So why does this seem like a drawish move? Well, when you're attacking, right, and Phoebe is attacking because she has more pieces on the king side. Black is defending, right? Black's trying to maneuver pieces to counteract White's active positioning and approach. So when you're attacking, you want to leave material on the board because that's how you attack. You use the pieces to try to win material. When you trade, you're decreasing the amount of material on the board, so it's harder to attack. Also, this was my own calculation sideline. So opponent played here. I'll promote this move. And it's now Phoebe's turn again. So Phoebe, she goes from 30 minutes to now 20 minutes. Opponent has barely spent any time. In the last game that I covered, Phoebe likewise had a similar time issue, but her opponent was leaving lots of room for mistakes, and in fact, definitely blundering. Here, Black is very, very sensible, very solid, right? So this move, h6, is asking the bishop a question. So if we save the bishop and don't trade, we're going to lose this knight, right? So there's a couple responses here. We can take this. We can take this. And we could probably switch this move order and take either piece. But the computer says the best move is an intermezzo, which is knight to f5. And if bishop takes, pawn takes, attacking this knight, leaving this hanging, but winning here. And our bishop's in there as well. So knight f5 would have been the aggressive move, asking the queen a question. But instead, Phoebe trades knights. Knight takes. And it does come with a tempo on the queen. So black takes back pretty quickly. So we have moves coming in. And now Phoebe has to ask herself what she wants to do with the bishop. So Phoebe had, you know, a lot of pieces near the king. And now they're getting traded off. So the position is more balancing out, which technically would favor black. But position's still pretty dead even. But yes, the bishop needs to be saved. She can go back a couple of different ways. She could also trade. Trading probably not what you want to do, because that will help black's pieces get onto this semi-open f-file, which is now an avenue at white's king. So whenever you can take a piece and it helps your opponent, just look for a better square. Sometimes you have to trade. Like, for instance, if this knight was attacking something, perhaps. But for the most part, they say to take is a mistake. Yo, Chess Gamer in with a huge rate of 190. Thank you. Welcome. Hello. My name's Joe. I'm sorry I'm not Phoebe, but we do have Phoebe playing in an over-the-board tournament right now. So you guys can get a close-up here. There she is. Here's our hero. She's making a move. She brings the bishop back. She's maintaining the pen, and she's almost baiting black to expand the pawns further, which can create kingside weaknesses. So Phoebe's playing fairly well. It's an even position. The one concern we have is her time management, which is a tradition for Phoebe. So all is well and normal in Phoebe's world. You guys are tuning in here in the middle of the game. I'll go over the game from the start so you guys can get caught up. But we can see her opponent has almost 3 times the amount of time. You can see 21 minutes for her to 58 minutes for him. Now there is 30-second increment, so time is added back for every move, but still the 30+ minute difference is quite significant out of a 90+30 game. So let me show you all how we got to this position. Let's take a look at the start here. So starting with e4, we have what's called a Roy Lopez, which I'm sure you all know, but essentially bring the bishop out to attack the knight. Black plays a6, forcing the bishop back. The second knight coming into the center. Phoebe castles early. Bishop out for black to get castled. Rook e1 supporting our center. Pawn to b5, attacking the bishop. Castles, c3. We have d6 and h3. Knight to a5, attacking the bishop again. Bishop tucking back to c2. Reinforcing the center, saving the bishop. Pawn to c5. Phoebe spent a bit of time here to play for d4, playing in the center, best move. Queen to c7, supporting the center, developing the queen. And now Phoebe decides to close things up here in the center, d5. So minimizing the trades, keeping the position closed. She kicks the knight back to b6. And now Phoebe's knight embarks upon a journey to become the best piece on the board. And black going backwards, allowing Phoebe to play c4, keeping the position even more closed. We do have some moves on the board, so we're almost about to get there. Phoebe's knight lands on f5, and now her opponent puts pressure on this best piece here, and so Phoebe trades it off. And these trades kind of simplify the position. Again, the computer wants the knight on f5, but Phoebe trades it, She brings the bishop back. The opponent pushes, and now Phoebe goes back again with the bishop. And now here, let's see, what does the opponent play? I might have missed it. Did you guys see what? Oh, he moved the queen, sorry. Queen to f7. This was the last move played. So this is the current position. You're all caught up. Welcome. I hope the stream went well. When's the next stream? That's what the fans want to know. And probably Saturday. So mark your calendars this weekend. Saturday. It's a big one. Chess gamer and stream. Perhaps. Not yet confirmed. You guys have to be on your toes. Ready at a moment's notice to tune in. That's why you got to turn on the notifications. You can't miss the next chess gamer and stream. Good night, Dijon. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Yeah, trading the knight for the bishop, definitely a questionable decision, but there's a lot of reasons why. If we look at this position, obviously the knight is really good, right? So obviously the opponent brings the bishop back to attack the knight. This bishop staring at a wall of pawns, this bishop wasn't very good either, right? This bishop obviously not good at all. So the question is, do we allow this bad bishop to take our knight, or do we trade on our terms and put their queen into a pin, right? So Phoebe trades off the knight, and she's inducing pawn weaknesses, right? However, it's important to note that these weaknesses can't really be taken advantage of because our bishop is not able to get into these light squares around black's king. So the position technically now for the first time in the game actually favors black after these few moves. So it's not easy to navigate when you're offered these trades. It's very easy for us, or for me at least as a commentator, as a spectator, to see the eval bar and say, oh yeah, like just leave the knight here and let them take. But like clearly this is what our opponent wants. So maybe secretly our opponent wanted this, but it's hard when you can't read minds. So if you could read your opponent's mind, you'd be really good at chess. So maybe that's why that's the Magnus secret, perhaps. Anyways, I think bishop to d3 was played. So Phoebe advancing this bishop, perhaps looking to sneak its way in. What's my rating? Agility, respect. My FIDE is like, what? Something like 1750 now? I don't really know. My USCF is about 1900. And my chess.com is about 2100. So I hope, yeah, every rating goes up. I just started with the lowest one, but probably the most respected one. So, yeah. Thank you, Martin. My rating with Stockfish on, though, is pretty good, I have to say. When I can see what the best move is, I can find that move. It's actually kind of absurd. So when I'm commentating, you guys, I'm like, not to brag or anything, I'm pretty good. Online ratings are inflated. Yeah, compared to over the board, of course. Yours too? Wow. I think we're all pretty good when we see the eval bar. All right, opponent closing things further. Bishop d3 also was putting pressure here. Now the computer likes a3. We'll see if Phoebe can find it. Although there's probably been a couple times now pushing the a pawn has been good, and Phoebe just hasn't been doing it. The computer also likes the move f3. So yeah, that would be very sad for the bishop, legitimately entombing it for perhaps the rest of the game. But yes, these closed positions, Makes it seem very even, very drawish. But of course, the game is still very young. Unfortunately, Phoebe's time is getting worse. So 18 minutes to 55 minutes, we could see Phoebe lash out A3. Something to play for, right? Try to open up her rook. The computer wants also F3, and this just shuts things down, keeps things closed. Yeah, honestly, kind of a dry position here. So yeah, I guess then I hope for A3, because then we can get some sort of action. When everything's closed, it's hard to make a pawn break, right? Pawn breaks are how you trade the pawns. So this was a decline of a pawn trade. They could have traded the pawn, and what that would have done is that opens up avenues for the pieces, right? When the things are closed and there's no pawn trades, this creates a wall that the pieces cannot break through. So if the pieces cannot play, then how exactly do you make progress, right? And the answer is through the pawn breaks. So there's still A3. So in closed positions, the side that controls the pawn breaks, that's the side that's favored, right? Oh, it looked like the guy just tried to pause the clock. I don't know if you guys saw the hand reach in. Unless I missed the move. But I don't think I did. So Phoebe's clock's still running. But yeah, position dead even, essentially triple zeros. But if I was Phoebe's opponent, I would try to use the time advantage, because when you're low on time, that's when you make mistakes. That's when you still start to feel the pressure and can blunder. So even though the position says it's even, Phoebe is not setting herself up here to play, an endgame with a lot of time. So yeah, 16 minutes. 16 minutes might be an eternity for online speed players, especially some of those bullet fiends out there. But for a classical game where her opponent has essentially an hour left, this is quite the time odds. And Phoebe just probably doesn't know what the idea is, right? Does she want to draw? Does she want to push? I mean, if she's going to push, she's got to come up with some plan. Meanwhile, black maybe isn't certain of what they want to do, right? Do you push for a win, even though the position's even? And the position's very close? Like, how would you go about doing it? Phoebe now under 15 minutes, quarter of an hour mark. She's about to make a move, perhaps. Not sure what she's been thinking about. Honestly, just shuffling moves even at this point. Because the position is so closed, I guess you don't want to sit back too passive, though, because black could probably come up with some sort of plan to start pushing some pawns. Even though it looks like the pawn breaks are very limited, black could very easily push for a move like g4 at some point, bringing the queen and perhaps the other rook to the f file, which is another reason why the suggestion of f3 is up there. So another minute goes by. Phoebe resting her head on both hands. Just leaning over the board. But her hands are clenched. She is not moving. So this is the part of the match where we're just waiting for a move here. I think if Phoebe could choose one superpower, it would be to time travel. Or to pause time. Probably. Because she really could look at this position for forever. You would choose flying, but how would that help you in a chess tournament? See, I don't know if your priorities are straight. All right, queen move. Phoebe has advanced her position. But what does the computer think? Moment of truth. Queen f3. All right, so the queen is opposite black's queen. Does this come with any threats? Well, the computer likes to move a5. It also likes bishop to e7, connect the rooks. It's also saying, interestingly, knight h5, offering the queen trade. And going into an endgame, trading queens. And the knight attacking the bishop here, and perhaps getting into f4, which would be fairly comfortable. Still fairly even. But yeah, I would play something like rook f8. That's exactly what the opponent plays. So perhaps a good sign for Phoebe. Remember, we mentioned if the opponent keeps playing like me, it's probably not very good. And Phoebe has beaten me before as well, so he could fly to The Hague. Yeah, I guess flying would help you get to tournaments. So that's true. Running like a flash. Hello, PMD. Good to see you. Phoebe's going for a queen trade. Yeah, it's possible. She's aiming to trade. Phoebe is one to trade queens. That's definitely something that's different between Phoebe and me. I like to keep queens on because I like to attack with the queen. I think players that trade queens early sometimes are very confident in their endgames. I also think sometimes they trade queens because they're afraid of losing queens. So if you trade the queen, you can't lose the queen. Also, fear of getting checkmated. Trading the queens is a very good resource if you want to make the position a bit safer for your king. But in this position, neither king is really that weak. So, yeah, rook f8, solid, sensible move. And if I was black, I would not trade queens. I would bring the queen somewhere so that the rook is opposite the queen, so the knight moves with the discovery. Something like this. And also, this is something else you have to think about when trading pieces. Sometimes you trade pieces in time scrambles because that simplifies things. When there's fewer pieces, there's fewer options, fewer moves, and less to calculate, right? So that makes things easier. It simplifies the position and the calculations. That makes it easier for you to move quicker. So when you are down on time, trades tend to be good. So Phoebe bringing in the queen makes sense. Her opponent, if they trade queens, that will help Phoebe get closer to a draw. It would help Phoebe have to calculate less, move faster. So if I'm black, I do not want to trade queens. Bob, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. He doesn't read it? Oh, come on, Nifa. I'm sorry. Unless Nifa donated bits that I missed. Anyways, yeah, listen, I'm not the best reader of chat messages, I'll admit. Rook F1 played. Somewhat passive, but, you know, I'm proud of her for playing that move so quickly. That move only cost her about a minute and a half. One of the fastest moves she's played since the opening. Perhaps out of necessity. Why Rook F1? That's disappointing. I don't know what you wanted from her. Um, at this point, she has to shuffle, essentially. Like, I don't know. The computer wants G4. There's not much wrong with like the bishop and the rook staring at a pawn. This bishop's not really going anywhere. G4 makes a lot of sense. Help bring the bishop in. Perhaps, you know, if the G pawn pushes at some point, maybe white can play for F4. Actually, I think queen to E3 is a very sensible idea. Am I reading this chat at all? Yeah, so about that, Nifa, I'm pretty bad at reading chat actually. So some people think that there's a delay sometimes, and there is, not like on the stream, but just like in my own brain. I have a natural delay of sometimes up to a few minutes. So it takes me a while to react and read things. There's a delay between exactly. It takes time for me to process and read. Sometimes I just yeah, okay. So the queen back, this is actually very interesting square choice. Definitely I'm playing queen e3. Queen here just, I mean, keep the queen up, you know? Or even go forward, I think. Makes more sense. Queen here, another idea, but okay, queen back to e8. And what makes this move interesting, maybe there's some potential to push for this. But not really sure you needed the queen there. You think they're trying to bore us to death. Dang. That's unfortunate. Did they get an additional 30 minutes after 40 moves? The answer to that is no. What you see is what you get. 90 plus 30, no additional time. So Phoebe's down to 10 minutes. She's got 10 minutes. She's under the 10-minute mark. Audio and video a little not in sync. That is actually unfortunate. Is that true? Can anyone else confirm that? All right, Phoebe's moving. Queen e3. That was the move that I was calling for. So again, probably not a good move. Although Martin says it's a move, so probably it balances out. Mild desync, not a big deal. All right. My apologies. At least it's not a big deal. You commentating the CCL is much more fun. Well, listen, to give some credit to the CCL, that is a blitz game. All right. So this is a classical game. When there's a lot of moves, there's a lot to talk about. And there's 4 games at the same time. So we're left with one game, one move every few minutes. So essentially, I have to fill in the time by talking to you guys. So if you guys are bored, then probably that's my fault. Honestly, that's not Phoebe's fault. Phoebe's playing the best of her ability right now. All right. She has not made any significant mistakes or blunders. She's trading pieces. She's maneuvering. She got out of that opening very well. And she brought all the pieces to the king side. Once bishop c8 was played, this is the beginning of the trades, right? And this is perhaps a learning experience. I've played a lot of positions where I'm the higher rated player and I mistakenly traded too much. And I realized, oh my gosh, I have nothing left to attack with. Like, I have to stop trading so much. and I ended up getting lucky and my opponent blundered. But you cannot rely on that. You have to sometimes decline trades, a lot of times decline trades, and play on. So our opponent here perhaps forcing Phoebe to even be more aggressive by bringing the queen off the f file. So Phoebe mirrors that in a sense, getting away from the rook. But it's not very clear how exactly Phoebe can proceed, right? Like there's no f4 pawn break, and that's why black was hesitant to play g4. So g4 was definitely a top move when the queen was on f3, because we could bring the bishop in with a tempo and start attacking, removing pawns from the defense of white's king. So there's a lot of potential in the position, right? But we don't know what black wants to do. Queen here, perhaps a little passive, but keeping the queens on the board, keeping tension and potential. And now we see a rook lift, rook a7 from black. And we see black really wants to bring the fight. So doubling the rooks here. And again, a3. This is an opportunity for Phoebe saying, hey, you just moved this rook. You want to come attack me on the king side. Well, don't forget, the position's not completely closed yet. There's a lot of opportunity here for Phoebe to switch and activate her rooks on the a file. Ah, Sam, sorry to hear that. Yeah, next year. All right, PMD is going to lurk. Tell a joke. I'm not sure, guys. Usually my commentary is the joke. So it's not my fault. That's definitely not true. Tell us one about the rabbi. That sounds like one that you should know. You missed the tactic after you saw it. That's the worst. Literally, that happened to me on stream like no, not it was 2 days ago. I saw an actual tactic where it's like, okay, if I take like this, then I lose. And then he made his move, and then I made the losing move that I just said not to do. So I was like, I don't know. Sometimes the brain just sees something, forgets if it was good or bad, and then just does it. But yeah. All right. 8 minutes. Phoebe bringing the bishop back. And now I would probably expect this move from black. Like it's a logical follow-up and continuation. But the computer probably doesn't want it because it likes this a3 idea from Phoebe. So we'll see. Shot the hole in one. Yeah, I don't know that joke actually. You know what's fun about Danya commentary is that he actually knows good jokes. Or, good obviously subjective, but the man's got some puns. And there was another broadcast I was watching where Danya and Danny were commentating, and they brought on, I want to say like David Howell for like an interview or something. And they had this awkward pause where they didn't know like what to say next or what to do. So in their pause, someone was like, can you tell us a joke? And Danya's like, yes. And just on the spot, he remembered this, I guess. And I'm obviously going to butcher it, but there was a Spanish magician who said that his trick, he could disappear in the count of 3. And he said, uno, dos, and then he disappeared without a trace. And I was like, where does Danya like hear this stuff? Like, I don't know. Yeah. So shout out to Danya. Listen, guys, my commentary is just like I try to watch the professionals. When Danya busted that out, I gotta take notes. I gotta remember that one. That was pretty good. Dies from cringe. Listen, guys, it's Danya's joke, not mine. All right. You don't get it. Yeah, because okay, having to explain it might actually be funnier than the joke itself. I like the jokes that are so bad that it's funnier how bad they are than the joke themselves. Like, now you get it. There we go. Yeah, shout out to Danya. He's the real jokester. Nifa, that's like not true in pretty much every metric, but thank you. How about the moth? Norm jokes. Um, I don't know. What do we think about the game right now, Sam? Thank you. We're bringing it back here to focus. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a chess game right here happening, unfolding before us. And we have a knight move from the opponents. Ah, so we see why the queen stayed around e8. It's all coming together. Because the opponent was expecting the bishop to come to e2, and black still wanted to attack this bishop. But, ladies and gentlemen, this allows Phoebe an opportunity, perhaps the biggest opportunity she's had yet since the game has started. Now, this bad bishop can take this knight, as this knight otherwise will take our stuff or enter our position. So Phoebe has a fantastic opportunity to trade here. And yes, it gives up the bishop pair, but still, that's what the computer wants. Yeah, that's the thing about these chess games is like, no matter what the position is, no matter what the computer says, no matter what I say or do, it all comes down to the moves the players play, which might seem too sensible or too obvious, but there's literally no telling what your opponent's going to do, right? So besides just the chess game, there's a huge mental game between these two players, because even if the pieces can convey a certain message themselves, you don't know what the opponent wants to do with those pieces. So obviously, they both understand that Phoebe could take the knight and the queen can take back. This much is very obvious. The question that Phoebe has to navigate is whether or not this is best objectively, right? She understands that her opponent is aware that this is a trade, but can she essentially call out her opponent and say, this is not a good trade for you because I'm getting rid of my bad bishop and I'm getting rid of your good knight? Much like when black brought their bishop back to c8 all these many moves ago, contesting her good knight. And this is where we saw a shift in the position from being favorable for white, for Phoebe, to now trading and simplifying to a more even position, in fact, potentially even favoring her opponent. So at this point, this is where her opponent has now given Phoebe the same opportunity to trade a bad bishop for a good knight. Now, Phoebe has less than 6 minutes on the clock. Will she play this move, or will she bring her bishop back or something else? Computer also likes a3 still. a3 has been in the back pocket for Lord knows how long. a4 even earlier, but a4 is not something you want to do as Phoebe, because this frees up the pieces for black. a4, and all black has to do is not play en passant. Which for some of us, maybe many of us, very hard not to do. But okay, Phoebe's gone for it. She's taken that piece. Should I pre-move this? I mean, who knows? I'll wait. Probably not going to be a lot of time spent on the recapture. Yes, Phoebe has captured. All right, queen takes back. And to be fair, like, we're inviting the queen into the position, right? We're inviting perhaps g4 when the time is right. Will she see a3? So yes, Phoebe captures, not only trading these pieces, but also keeping the tempo. Essentially, it's her turn, right? Black had to respond to this, and now Phoebe has the move. And the computer's saying the only move that's favorable for her is a3, which, again, has been in the position for quite some time. So, is this the moment that Phoebe strikes? And simply just trying to keep the position on two fronts, right? Both king side and queen side. Because right now, on the king side, her opponent is the one that has more space. And Phoebe's done it. She's absolutely done it. With less than 5 minutes, she plays the top move, and now the position is alive, ladies and gentlemen. She's gotten rid of her bad bishop. She's played a3, and now there's new life for her rooks that can come in on the a file. The fans are going wild right now. People are losing their minds. She's got 5 minutes to 47 minutes. What a Herculean task for Phoebe. And she's played a3. She's on the right track. She's played back-to-back best moves. And we've got 3 bits for the a3 move from Martin. Shout out to Martin. Thank you. a3 played. Phoebe basically playing a blitz game with 5 minutes to 47 minutes. Yes. PGN Sac Mini. I can share it after the game's done. I don't know. I can start over from the top here. I'm not sure. Opponent might like slow down and take time. This is actually like, it's not clear exactly, but the rook is hanging here on the a file. Whether or not it was going to be on a8 or a7, because this bishop is just behind and cutting off the rook. So Phoebe's threat is to take, and by the way, rook on a7, this pawn's pinned for the record. So Phoebe's threatening to win a pawn, first and foremost, which is pretty huge. And if the pawn pushes, well, both pawns are pinned now. Because again, you cannot take as the rook is hanging. So fantastic move from Phoebe. And if black were to take, well, then Phoebe lifts a rook and potentially doubles and is ready to play the move b4, renewing a new pawn break in the position. So life is pretty good here for Phoebe. Again, even position, more or less. Biggest concern is her time management, but most important is the position, and Phoebe's doing a-okay. Slightly better for sure. She's played the right moves. So opponent also potentially slipping up, which gives us new hope and potential. All right, let's go back from the start. We have a Roy Lopez from Phoebe, and castles early with rook e1, bringing the bishop back, c3. These are all the main moves, more or less. Knight a5, bishop c2, and now c5, followed by d4. And this move took Phoebe a bit of time to find. And here she decides to keep things closed. d5. Now she kicks the knight back. Now she develops her knights. She closes the position. And now the knight reroutes to f5, where black ultimately contests it, where Phoebe gives up this knight, and we see some more trades. And here's where black goes astray. They allow for Phoebe to trade off the bishop for the knights, and after the recapture, our most latest move is Phoebe's a3, threatening to win a pawn. Black has some issues, and this is finally starting to make him think he has now less than 45 minutes, which is half the time that he started with. Hello, Braining. Good to see you. Is b4 an idea after b takes? The answer to that is yes. That is definitely a very fun move, more of an aggressive move. And yeah, a3 really just completely can undermine the entirety of black's structure, which is incredible. If takes, you could take back, but the computer is calling for b4. Just more aggression, more threats. And this pawn we're going to pick up whenever, later. So in this move a3, Martin's saying only one move, rook to b7. And that is the top recommendation. Just getting the rook off of this really bad square, a7, both in the line of the queen and the rook. So dealing with multiple pins. Rook to b7 gets off of that. It also defends the rook, and it also supports the b file. Yeah, so there's also some other moves that could be played. So black's original idea with the rook a7 move is probably to double the rooks on the f file. Now that would allow for this capture, and of course after this capture, now the queen can join in on the fun and try to attack some pawns. Black could maybe try to go for some counterplay. Probably pretty good for Phoebe there. So rook af7, second choice. The third option is to simply take. And perhaps this is what he goes for, hoping Phoebe recaptures on a3. Now the question is, would Phoebe do that, or would she play the best b4? So I would expect rook here or takes to be the top two moves, even though the computer says this is second best. Just sticking true to the plan. But yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting position. Phoebe has posed a significant question, and we see the response is a significant time sink here for our opponent. So Phoebe, she's down by about 35 minutes, but she's been down about this amount of time, like 30 plus minutes for quite some time now. But it's good she's getting the time back. All right. A3. Yeah, I mean, this is a lovely move. What else? She could have played F3 and allow. Okay, we have an update. He has taken. Oh, did Phoebe? No, this was my analysis. She did not play this yet. So opponent has just taken on A3. Decided not to play rook b7, or perhaps even potentially missed rook b7. And now this is a critical moment, ladies and gentlemen. Does Phoebe recapture, or does she play the stronger, trickier b4? And she only has 4.5 minutes to do it. She has to decide. So we're going to see a move relatively quickly. Rook takes a3 or b4. Well, she hasn't taken the pawn back right away. So this leads one to believe that she sees the idea of b4, but does she have the confidence to play it? All eyes on Phoebe. She reaches, she takes it back. This is a solid, obvious continuation. b4, perhaps tricky, risky, and can lead to certain complications. b4 is still in the position. She could play it later, but obviously not as good because the pawn would take with a tempo. So now black can continue with this plan. She has to see rook c7, b takes c5, rook takes c5, bishop takes e5. b4 was +3. That was not what the computer was saying here. So +3 would mean that you're winning a piece. I don't think this wins a piece. But what is the line? So rook c7. B takes c, rook takes c. Oh, yeah, bishop takes here is a nice tactic. Yeah, I mean, of course, if takes, like... Yeah, Phoebe likely would win, you know, a pawn. I don't know about winning a piece. But, yeah, b4 was very nice. b4 was very nice. I mean... When you're low on time, it's hard to trust yourself to make a move that allows for opportunities. But yes, there were no opportunities for black there, truly. The immediate recapture is the most instinctual response to a trade, right? The in-between moves like b4, they're called intermezzo, right? So they're in-between moves because it's not as obvious. They're trickier. And it complicates things. If Phoebe had more time, perhaps she could have invested. Like, probably she saw it, but didn't have the time or confidence to go for it. So she's playing sensibly and solidly, which is totally fair and reasonable. Obviously not as aggressive or accurate as we had hoped. b4 would have been absolute killer of a move to play with such little time. But okay, rook lifts, still not bad. Opponent follows through with the plan rook f7, and this bishop annoyingly is defending the pawn. So at some point we would love to play for b4. Now she has to work for it. She could have played it a move earlier. Now with the rook on a3, it's slightly annoying, but still possible. Not right now. You don't want to do it. Like if we push takes, if we go like here, for example, the computer wants to sacrifice bishop takes h3. So we're a little slow. It also likes g4, right? So the problem isn't that she can't play b4. The problem is that now black has time to attack her. So she has just moved her rook back. After rook fa7, apologies, she played rook to a2. So again, perhaps able to play rook b4 later. Hello, Pyro Dawes. Good to see you. Oh, Fortnite Friday. That's Brody's idea. Ah, Brody's playing Bug House with you. I missed it. Apparently. Tell Brody I said goodbye. Wow, I have not seen the Sam command. Yeah, it's hard to play with 4 minutes, of course. 4.5 minutes. But the good news, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're gonna witness some fast-paced chess here from Phoebe. When someone offers a draw, the other should accept. That is definitely not generic advice that you can give. Um, yeah, draws are very variable, right? Like I've seen some questionable Phoebe draws from both her and her opponent, but there's always external reasons that could be an influence. I personally have taken a draw, which is very uncharacteristic for me at an over the board game where I ended up actually having a flat tire and I had to take the car to a shop between rounds and the shop was closing. So this was after my second game. They were like, you have to get here by this time, otherwise we're closed. And like you won't get your car back. So I was just like playing my game, hoping it would end fast. I was playing a young child. She was probably 8 years old. And it was ended up being an even position. She was definitely like outplaying me, but then I found a way to simplify it, and then I just offered a draw, and she declined. And I was like, oh my God. And there's a whole story behind this all. This was the same tournament that I actually met Alexander Botez at. This was U.S. Amateur Team West back in February of 2019. Yeah. I was playing on board 4 for the UCLA team, which was fun. Why didn't I just beat her? Yeah, it's a good question. She's like 1800, 8-year-old. So I don't know. The draw was good for me, I think. All right. Anywho, yeah. Normally I'm playing that out and grind. She almost beat me. She like had this. It was like a rook check, and I had to put my king into discovery. But then luckily there was a way for me to like just repeat it, so it didn't lead to any like nasty discoveries. It was just kind of like a dead end windmill kind of idea. And so then she tried to. That was when I offered the draw because it was gonna be threefold, but she decided to keep playing on, and like we had to play until we traded off like all the pawns, and it was just like a piece versus a piece, something like that. But I remember, so to end this, not much of a story. I offer story time on my channel. I've shared this story before in much greater detail because it is kind of a mess. How I ended up even having a flat tire in the first place. One of my teammates ended up missing some stuff on the bus, so we tried to chase it down, and it was the last bus of the day. It was like 1 in the morning. Absolute worst time to have a flat tire on the highway. But anyways, without getting lost in the details, I end up getting to the car shop, which was closed. So I was like, oh no, I missed it because I had to like Uber there. And then I get to the car and they had left me a message. They emailed me saying that they ended up getting it taken care of. They somehow, like, I still don't know to this day how, but they found like someone I know's phone number and were able to contact them because I told them I was like, I'm gonna be in a chess game, like my phone's gonna be off. You can't contact me. So they got someone else's info and they were able to sort out the payment and they left the key on like the tire of the car. So yeah, it was just like hanging out there. So if anyone saw it, like I guess they could have just taken the car. But anyways, yeah, that was a fun one. Uh, Anywho, I could have stayed and beaten her technically, but I don't think I would have beat her, to be fair. Like it's not like I'm like, "Oh, I sacrificed for a draw so that I could get to my car in time." It was like the game was a draw or slightly worse for me actually. Um so but yeah, that game actually was or that tournament, I went 4.5 out of 6, which isn't bad. Like I would go as far as to say it's good. It's a good result. 1 loss and 1 draw. But yeah, and I'm totally like ignoring all chess commentary right now. I'm just kind of going off on a sideline now, but just to end the note, I guess. Because of that team tournament, you can register as like a certain board number, but you can also register as what's called an alternate. And I was an alternate because we had another player that could have also been board 4, but he ended up not going. But we both registered to start in case we wanted to swap out, but he never swapped in. So I played all 6 games, and I ended up winning a prize for being the best alternate because I assume all the other alternates didn't play all 6 games. So my prize was a clock, which I didn't have because I didn't buy one because they were expensive. So I was like really lucky to win a clock. And it's the clock that I have today. And unfortunately, now the clock doesn't work for custom increments, which is super weird. But yeah, so that's. I wonder if I can show you. All right, here's the one and only chess clock that I've ever owned. And it has a plaque at the back that tells you the event and the year and the top reserve prize. But yeah, this poor clock, I guess it's been through some abuse. I've had some grandmasters playing bullet on this. Krikor versus Alex something. Apologies, I've forgotten. It's if anyone knows Niger, it's her husband. They were playing bullets, absolutely destroying the clock with basically their fists. I don't know if you guys have ever watched 2 grandmasters play bullet over the board, but it's an absolute hurricane of chess pieces at the end. It's just pieces are flying. The clock is getting slapped silly. My clock has never been roughed up so bad, but I don't know. Maybe some clocks are into that. All right. Is that a DGC North America? Yeah, it is. Anywho, all right, that's enough about me. Let's review what have we witnessed in the past 2 moves. So A3 was obviously an instrumental moment, leading to potential for B4. Unfortunately, not played. Phoebe plays rook takes A3, and we have rooks doubled, and now Phoebe doesn't go for B4 yet. She plays rook A2, queen back, rook here, and now the opponent comes back, rook to B7, trying to stop B4, but Phoebe insists, doubling the rooks. And it looks like she's going to get B4 and be able to play on the queen side. So yeah, 4 minutes for Phoebe, and she's slowly but surely getting time back, 4 minutes to 30 minutes. And Phoebe has a plan. We all know Phoebe has her way with plans. Yeah, thanks, Martin. Sorry I didn't read that earlier, but thank you. I appreciate that. Martin's so nice, he's got to say it twice. Or maybe just I'm so slow. Classic Joe. What did Hikaru say about Vlad Kramnik? I don't know. That sounds like a setup to a joke. I'm expecting a punchline. Yeah, Martin, it's because I read it too late. Sometimes when I'm just in the story mode. All right. How do I think the game's going to end? I mean, we're going to find it. Of course, the computer says it's a draw, right? It's even. Like chess is always just a draw with perfect play. But the thing is, these are not perfect players. None of us are. So we're going to see some mistakes. I assume. I mean, I can only assume the players aren't perfect. Maybe they are perfect. I mean, you know, Phoebe might be perfect in her own way. Um, maybe. I don't know. That perhaps an opinion, but I've seen Phoebe make some blunders before. Um, but I've also seen some brilliant Phoebe moves. So yeah, she missed B4, but she's still going for it. It might not be as good now as it once was, but the fact remains that it is possible, and it's enough to distract Black's rooks from doubling, which is an improvement for us. And Black is hesitant to play G4 for whatever reason. Maybe they go for it now. That'd be very interesting to see. So to answer your question, I don't know what it's going to be, but I suspect we'll see soon. Should be exciting. Um, 29 minutes. Yeah, just under 29 minutes now. We can get the close up. I don't have the clock view set up. I don't know. Maybe I should, but yeah, 4 minutes. But now we get to see Phoebe's intuition, right? And this is kind of what we're used to seeing on stream. Phoebe invests all of her time to set up for this position. And definitely I think a room where she could improve. Oh my goodness, huge raid from Anna Maya, the one and only Phoebe's fellow Dutchie. Shout out to Anna Maya. Thank you so much. Welcome. I am unfortunately not Phoebe. I am Joe. But it's a pleasure to have you all here. And it's a pleasure to have you guys witnessing Phoebe's phenomenal chess. The good news, even though Phoebe's not here to talk, she is here to play chess. And we're witnessing Phoebe's chess and not my chess. Also, hello to Darth. Hello to Martin and Matthew and Farsh and Norder. And of course to Anamaya tuning in. How was your stream? I hope it went well. I will go over the game from the start so that you guys don't miss it. But Phoebe right now is in a bit of a time scramble, 4 minutes to 27 minutes. But how did we get to this lovely position that she has? Well, it started with the Roy Lopez. Lots of theory lines here being played. Knight to a5, bishop back, and we have c5, d4 from Phoebe playing in the center, and she closes it. She kicks the knight away. She reroutes her knights to f5, a monster piece on the board, and so Black contests it with bishop c8. Phoebe trades it off, trades off some knights, and now she develops the rest of her pieces, trades off the bishop, and now she played a very good move here, a3. And this is where she missed a key moment. She could have played for b4, not taking back the pawn right away, and instead going for Black's center and actually winning material. Unfortunately, Phoebe misses it and trades, and she had very little time. So at this stage, she's trying to play b4 again, and our opponent just blockades the pawn with the move rook to b4. This was definitely a move on the mind, and the computer didn't like it so much. And the reason why, I suspect, is because if we ask ourselves, how do we play b4? So Phoebe's supported it with both of her rooks, right? But now the opponent is blocking that square. What do you notice? How do we attack this rook, right? And the solution is we use our last minor piece, our bishop. And how do we do that? f3, exactly. The idea is f3 so that we can flush the bishop or flush the rook out with the bishop to e1. So this is a solid idea. F3 has also been a helpful move in mitigating the possibility of G4. So we'll see if Phoebe finds it. She has very low time. You can see her clock ticking down. There is only 30-second increment. There's no bonus time. So instead, she's going to the A file. She plays rook to A1. So she does not go for F3. Now the good news is she could go for F3 later. It was perhaps not a time urgent move, but of course you want to play with perhaps more direct threats. Maybe Phoebe's going for rook A4 to trade and try to open up the B file for her other rook. So let's look back at the position here. A1 perhaps going to A4. Not so clear. But we do keep pressure on this pawn, so this bishop is less able to maneuver or develop. Yes, there's no bonus time. It is 90 plus 30, and that is it. So 90 minutes with 30-second increment. So Phoebe's living off of increment. She's got less than 3 minutes. Her opponent with 26 minutes. How many times can you ask for a draw? I actually don't know. There might be a rule to that. Who dis? Well, my name's Joe, and Phoebe's playing, so we're watching Phoebe. Phoebe should be linked in my stream title if you want to go check her out. But I also have the Phoebe command. All right, our opponent bringing the queen all the way back. And this, perhaps they were worried about rook A4. So again, Phoebe has another opportunity to play for F3. And this, I think we saw earlier in the game as well. Not only this F3 move being an idea, but Phoebe perhaps not playing the best move when it initially presents itself, like the move A3, which is a good move for quite some time. But Phoebe, given time, can find the best moves. Oftentimes she plays them, but the issue is she doesn't have a lot of time, right? And that ultimately is what chess is. It's converting your time into good moves, right? So that's why coaches say don't play bullet, because you don't have time to find moves, basically. It's about speed, right? And you beat people by playing faster than them. But classical is essentially the opposite of bullet. And it's when you have the most amount of time to find the best moves that you want to play. And here we see Phoebe, again, playing the best move, F3. So she's ready. She sees the idea now. And didn't play it immediately. But again, she's stressed on time. You can see she has 2 minutes on the clock. The key is that her opponent is not punishing her. When you miss an opportunity, that's the time where black could have played a move like G4, right? And just really started attacking the king. Because if you're attacking, then your opponent doesn't have the time to make these slow moves. This move isn't the threat in and of itself. What it does is it clears the way for the bishop to create a threat. So that was an opportunity. This rook A1 move from Phoebe allowed for black to start an attack while the queen was still opposite the king and the bishop still pointing. So G4 was top recommendation move for black. Instead, we see a retreating, a passive, defensive move from black. And this allows Phoebe to play F3, which most of the times, according to top grandmasters who live in Atlanta, not to play F3. But sometimes this allows for other ideas. And we see now our opponent bringing the rook up to F7. So a curious move. Obviously, bishop E1 is a strong idea. The computer actually likes rook AB1 first and foremost, putting the rook back. I don't suspect she'll do it because she put the rook here. So the computer likes it because we want to be best prepared to play B4. And Phoebe, I assume, has played the move. Yeah, bishop has come back to e1. The moves are coming in now, ladies and gentlemen. Phoebe has not got time to think. She's playing on pure instinct right now. Bishop hits the rook. The rook has got to move. Where does it go? You can't go here, 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 or here. You can't stay there. So you're going to have to choose between these three squares. And once that happens, Phoebe can now play for b4. So this is what we've been going for. This has been a lot of preparation. Obviously, she could have played it a long time ago after the move a3, but she didn't have the time to risk it. She has to prepare for it. And this is the way that she's going about it, given her time pressure. Her opponent under 25 minutes. So Phoebe is slowly but surely gaining time back. And it's essentially because she's forced to. She has to play fast. Otherwise, she will flag. So Phoebe essentially invests her time early because she knows it makes the most dramatic response at the end of the game. So she's doing this for you guys. You guys know she could have played chess without the camera, right? She's going out of her way to put on a show for us. And bishop e1, forcing the rook all the way back home to b8. And now she can play b4. And in fact, the computer now likes b4 best. So, yeah. Phoebe likes to play some good moves together. She played f3, bishop e1. Let's see if she plays b4 now. It is the logical continuation, right? Why did we put the rooks on the b file? Why did we bring the pawn to f3? To bring the bishop to e1, to kick the rook out of b4, to play b4. She didn't do it yet. She's not in the rush. She has all day, all 2 minutes and 18 seconds on her clock. She could do this at any time. She's really playing with her food now. And she's vegan, so this is not normal for her. This is a new activity that we're witnessing here. Phoebe playing with her opponent. She's the prey in this situation. Phoebe is vegan, yes. Vegan. Listen, it's not shade. All right. There's not a lot of times that Phoebe can play around like this with her food. So she's going to cherish it. She's doubling the rooks, maximizing her pawn break here. Yeah, Phoebe, like I said, she's doing things at her own pace. She will not be rushed into any b4 tactics, even if it was better a couple moves before. b4 was better before, but still good now. And Phoebe's just demonstrating that she understands that. So this is just a different level that Phoebe's showing right now. So, yeah. Black, I mean, a long time ago, they could have tried for some g4 ideas. Now, it's all Phoebe. Phoebe has the play. Bishop, pawn, both rooks. And what makes b4 so valuable? Well, first and foremost, we're threatening to win this pawn, right? And when this pawn moves, or even when this pawn moves, what do you notice about our structure and their structure? When we distract this pawn, we're left with a 2-on-1, right? This right here is like a 3-on-2. And I understand there's a pawn on the a file, but this pawn is not hanging on into it's not an equation in the center. This pawn cannot be pushed, right? And like when the rooks were on the a file, that also stops the pawn. So this pawn cannot stop the b pawn. It does not influence this pawn break. So yeah, Phoebe dictates the center with this pawn push, right? Because now what she's going to do is she's going to force black to concede something. Phoebe's going to have the b file. She's going to have the activity on the b file. She's going to continue to have the pawn breaks. So even early on in the position in the game, we saw that there were a lot of moves played by both sides to keep the center closed. But it wasn't completely closed because of this a3 break that Phoebe had. So that one pawn break in her back pocket was the key to opening up the position for the rest of her pieces, right? And our opponent never tried to push, right? They allowed this knight trade for the bishop, and then bringing the queen all the way back. So black is on the back seat. Black is playing defensive and passively. Phoebe is under 2 minutes. So our opponent has just doubled on the b file. Now is the time to play b4, Phoebe. Let's see it. You can't prep it anymore, really. I mean, maybe you could bring the queen over, but we have 2 rooks and a bishop controlling b4. They only have their 2 rooks. And this trade is going to be beneficial for us because, again, we're controlling the center. So we're going to remove one of black's pawns from the center for our b pawn, and that will help us. And there she goes. There you have it. b4 played on the board. And now our opponent has to decide how to react. And this is how Phoebe's getting back into this game. So she has 1.5 minutes on her clock compared to 21 minutes from black. But Phoebe right now is carrying her position from her intuition. Her tea might be empty, but her brain is full. So the clock also pretty low. She needs a refuel, perhaps on the tea, but maybe not enough time to do it, unfortunately. And this is also what's tough about the games not having any bonus time. Because, like, usually in some of the tournaments I've played in, it's like up to move 40. Once you get to that point, you'll get an extra 30 minutes. So essentially what happens is there's an absolute time scramble trying to get to move 40. And then once you get to move 40, you get the time back, and then you, like, take a breather. You literally just have to take a break, go to the bathroom, like, refill your water or your tea if you have the luxury of tea at the tournament. The tournament tea, as it's called. But anyways, she is happy. I mean, honestly, 1.5 minutes, I would be pretty stressed. I think she's probably a little stressed, but the position is good. And so when the position is good, life is good, right? Stressful, but good. She's stressed from success, but also it's not clear immediately that her position is necessarily winning, but it's favorable. And she knows it. She knows b4 is the move. She's played it. The opponent taking time here, a clear sign that black has to figure out a response to this. Otherwise, Phoebe's going to just blow him off the board. So b4, this is the pawn break of the position, starting much earlier from a3. So despite how close the position was or seemed, and even though this position's opposite color bishops, this position is now teeming with life after this pawn break, b4. All 4 rooks doubled on the b file. So Phoebe early on in the game focusing a lot of attention and effort on the king side, now playing on the queen side, bringing the fight to both sides of the board, being able to transition on the fly when the position calls for it. So Phoebe definitely taking advantage of the full board, and playing the best moves. So yeah, she's really setting herself up. She's got the full picture in her head. You know, starting with that a3 pawn break. It all goes back to that. All right. Just waiting for the opponent to move. What is White's response after queen a4? So let's look at this, right? Obviously, there's a capture, and we're just going to trade the rooks, right? And now we're going to play for this and this and this. If we don't trade and play a move like queen to a4, now it wants queen to c3, which could have been played earlier as well. Hi, Fisher Random. I'm keeping a close eye on the board, making sure they don't move. But yeah, just making sure the pawn is supported. And if the time is right, let's say they make some king move. Now we're gonna take, right? Now that the queen is in defending. And yeah, taking is just good for us, because if they take, now we have what's called a connected pass pawn. That's going to be a long-term advantage. Crypto saying unlikely for a white win. Well, we'll see what happens. We don't see any queen move yet from black. We're speculating here. So we could see a trade. We could see a queen move. So, and right now our B pawn is pinned, right? Because we've doubled. So this is why a move like queen c3 makes some sense. Phoebe can afford 30 seconds. 30 seconds, that's the increment. So she has that per move. What she cannot afford is over a minute and a half. She cannot think for any one position for more than a minute and a half. She has to use her opponent's clock now. And by the way, it's at 15 minutes. So this is the lowest it's been for our opponent here. And if Phoebe keeps pressing the issue on the board, it's going to cost more and more time for the opponent. And this is time for Phoebe to think. So obviously we're looking at a bunch of queen moves, but Phoebe knows that her pawn's pinned. So bringing the queen in to defend the rook is very sensible. Hello, Perpetual Checkmate. Good to see you. She might flag her opponent. That is a possibility. Unlikely, yet possible. Yeah, the song, Dolly Parton wrote it for me, I think. She didn't tell me, but I can assume. Maybe. No way your name isn't Bruin. It's true. This whole time, you guys. It's been all a facade. Someone stole my Jolie joke. Guys, I've heard that joke much longer before I started streaming. You thought it was Wesley So. Say it ain't so. Plus 2.3 now. Good news. I don't know if I trust your computer evaluation. Or it's different than mine. Right now it's saying it's plus over 1. Plus 1.04. Which means, played perfectly, Phoebe should win a pawn. Can black play a5? So if a5, now my idea, so our pawn's pinned, right? And they're attacking it even further. We would just simply push the pawn and attack for this pawn now as a weakness. And we're left with a connected pass pawn. So a5 is not a move. The opponent has played queen a4. So queen a4 is on the board. Queen a4 played. And now Phoebe, she's got a minute. She's got to bring her queen in. So queen c3 is the recommendation. Queen d2 is also a move. But essentially both of these moves, they have one thing in common. They both defend the rook and the pawn. So it's important we defend both of these, right? Because the queen in threatens this pawn. And, well, we need to defend it. So let's see what Phoebe comes up with here. Ah, she goes for a queen trade. Classic Phoebe. But trading queens is it's good for the opponent. But yes, this, you know what's interesting about these two moves, both defending the rook and the pawn. So does this move. This move also does both of these things. So of course, Phoebe goes for this. So why does the computer not like this as much? Well, I mean, we went over queen trades earlier. When you are the one attacking, you want to leave queens on the board. So our opponent has been defending and now has the opportunity to trade. Let's see. If we take, obviously we take. And now, yeah, the problem is once the queens are traded, now I understand why. Now the pawn's just pinned, and we can't add another defender unless we bring the king in, but that's going to take 5 to 10 business days. So we see the queen trade happened. Phoebe's going to retake. And now it's very difficult for us to make progress because of the pin. So that's why we needed the queen to defend the rook. Here, because of the queen trade, the rook does not get defended. So maybe we come here and here. But yes, with queens off, pawn breaks and opening the position is less favorable now. It's less dangerous for black, right? So even though computer still favors whites, position has now become more balanced. So, yeah. Yeah, Phoebe is a notorious queen trader. The queens in Phoebe's games, they don't have a long lifespan. They don't get to retirement. They they get replaced. So now at this stage, the only hope to win a game is she's got to, I don't know, it's an end game now. Queens are off the board, so she has to trade. And, well, right now she can't trade, but she's got to find a way to defend the rook or essentially hope that black trades, which seems unlikely. But yes, we've seen the position go from, you know, favorable for black to favorable for white to drawn. I mean, it's been favorable for Phoebe now for a while, but of course the trade. And now we see the king is entering the equation. So black just plays king f7 very sensibly. Phoebe can follow suit. But yes, very, very much a pleasant delight for black to see the queen trade. So, yeah, and if it were up to Phoebe, Phoebe's queens would have been traded long ago, much earlier. Of course, black didn't want to trade queens earlier because black was the one pressing, but never pushed. And so now after black was in a worse position, they trade queens. So now Phoebe has to be bringing in another piece. So, okay, nope, she's pushing. So this is peculiar. Because if we trade, well, we're left with the bad pawn and black's left with the good pawn. So, yeah. Phoebe decides not to bring the king in. Probably king f2 is fine and just leave the tension. But Phoebe pushes, and now this allows for black to trade off perhaps a bad pawn, and they do so perhaps gladly. And now Phoebe has to recapture somehow. So she's going to take with a rook. She's going to try to trade things off. Black more or less has to take. So here's the thing. Phoebe is low on time, so the trades come quickly, right? So Phoebe can get some quick moves in, but the problem is she's going to be damaging her pawn structure in doing so. And she could have been moving her king to advance it, to improve her. She did not have to push, right? She could have maintained this position because black doesn't want to take her. So they could have had like a mutual standoff in the pawn trade there. Instead, Phoebe forces it. And now black should... I'm surprised black is taking so long in this position. But the trades will be good here for black. What will be the plan instead of pushing? We want to bring the king in. And again, the idea was to defend the rook so that we could take when the time is right. And like if we bring the rook back to b2 and the bishop to c3, defend our rook like that, and we're threatening to take, that's when black would be forced to take or push, and then we push. Essentially, the way that we could have played it, prolonging the tension and then forcing our opponent to settle the tension, ends up in a favorable position for us. So instead of like it all stems from back here, this idea of defending the rook to take this pawn, because we want to distract this pawn so that we're left with the passer and black has weak pawns, right? Like we would really ruin black's structure if we were given the opportunity to take. We cannot take because we're pinned, right? So queen here or here removes the pin on the pawn. When we trade queens, we remain in the pin. So now we have to bring the king in to try to defend the rook to remove this pin. And if they ever take us, like for instance here, then now we have a renewed pawn break potential to yet again ruin this structure and yet again get a pass pawn, right? So when we remove this tension, notice now this structure is going to be intact, right? So black takes, Phoebe takes back with the pawn, so leaving a rook on the board. But again, the king now can enter, and black is left with a connected pass pawn. We have a pass pawn, but unfortunately, it's only defended by the rook. So it is hard now to defend. Our rook is tied down. Meanwhile, black can bring the king in or the bishop in to block the pawn, and now the rook is freed to play. Like if we go here, trying to push, they can take the a-file. So yeah, and Phoebe, before she did this, she could have brought the king in to be in a better position. Yes, it is opposite color bishops. So the position is still very even, right? But we had potential. We had the initiative. We had all the say in the position. We had when we could have pushed. We had the decision to release the tension. Phoebe decided, unfortunately, to trade queens, keeping herself into the pin, and now pushing the pawn prematurely. So, all in all, still an even position, still anything can happen, but the potential has decreased since before. And much like Phoebe missing the opportunity to play b4 very early on, she got more opportunities later, right? Her opponent now is less than 10 minutes, and here we have a move. So this is interesting. Attacking a pawn that's pinned. Phoebe's going to push this pawn. So now the pawn's on a dark square and the a-file is closed. So again, high potential for a draw, right? Um, so we'll see. Yeah, his opponent is picking up his pace, but it's likely because the clock is dictating the pace. So both players now under 10 minutes. Phoebe basically at 2 minutes. I would say the time pressure is like not really existent anymore. Um, the thing you have to worry about for just some sort of crazy, you know, I don't want to say pawn break, but there's definitely ways where you could lose your pawn. Like black is just gonna bring in the king, and you could lose this game slowly but surely, right? And it's because black has this long-term advantage, the connected pass pawn. So black can kind of sit back as long as they don't let this pawn promote. They're kind of chilling. Phoebe is kind of on the defensive now because she has to babysit the weak B pawn that's isolated. So even though it's a pass pawn and it's pretty deep, the odds of it promoting are very low because black has a lot of material there. Also, Sleendeberg, thanks for the prime. Appreciate that. For Phoebe. Phoebe cool as a cucumber. She's got nerves of steel. Time pressure ain't no thing. What was it, you guys? Like 5 minutes to 45 minutes? And now it's 2 minutes for 7? Like, can we get a round of applause for Phoebe just masterfully navigating what could have been a dangerous middle game? But she played on the queen side, distracting black and even getting a better position. Unfortunately, not able to convert it to its full potential. But instead, we see a pass pawn out of it, but not with its own drawbacks. It is a pretty deep pawn, but could be weak. But yeah, she's holding on, and honestly, you guys, we haven't seen the opponent get into time pressure. Opponent has been very, very steady on the clock. And once the opponent gets below 5 minutes, we could see some real potential mistakes. So the game still has potential here. Phoebe. She's not giving up. Black bringing the king to the queen side towards the action. Sam lost his game. Derp. Okay, Phoebe's bringing the king up. Let's show you guys. So the latest moves. The kings have woken up from their sleep and have decided to see the world. This king is looking to come up to e3. Actually, wait. Why did I play this weird? Pawn push bishop here, here, and then this, then this. So I'll promote this line. So yeah, Phoebe can even bring the king up with tempo. Always develop with tempo, they say. That typically is for the openings, but it works for king in games as well. Developing the king. Thank you, Martin. Hello, Jan. Good to see you. She touched her king twice. All right, rook up to b7. This just blocks the pawn. And now Phoebe. What's interesting, the computer actually wants the pivot, a curveball. Oh my god, and she's done it. King to g3. Phoebe keeping all of us on our toes. I don't know if you guys were expecting this, but Phoebe's saying, I'm going to go after these guys. I'm going to distract you over here, and the king's going to infiltrate like a spy into the enemy position. Now, black can put up a fortress, a wall here, perhaps. But I don't know, bishop here, pawn push. She can create some damage. So we see pawn to h5. Wow. And the computer, it's starting to like Phoebe again. Black played that move real quick, by the way. Phoebe's gaining time now, actually. Bishop to d2, and Phoebe's back in the driver's seat. How are you going to defend this? King here? That's not where your king wanted to go. And then h4. And now this pawn's going to be weak, and your bishop can come in this away, and now our rook is free to play. Ladies and gentlemen, Phoebe, she's about to put down some major heat onto this board. Oh no, she goes backwards. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Bishop d2 was right there. Bishop d2 is such a forceful move. It forces the king to f6. And then h4. But okay. She's still in it. She's still in it. Listen, this is a classic Phoebe maneuver, all right? You have a good move. You save it for later, all right? She's not rushing anything. Phoebe, look at how calm she is. Absolutely no pressure. She's in her element right now. She's like, listen, guys, bishop d2, come on. You think I'm that simple? No, I'm going to absolutely put this black king on his toes. He doesn't know if he needs to be defending these pawns on the king side or if he needs to go over and help his rook on the queen side. Phoebe's like, I might decide to attack your bishop. Maybe that's what I wanted. All right, pawn push. Computer wants this yet again. By the way, I kind of doubt she'll do it. Maybe bishop d2. But yes, the king was helping prevent g4. And so we would force the king here. And then we're breaking in this way with the bishop, with h4. Not the easiest thing to find. Like, she's got less than 2 minutes. All right? So, oh, they draw. They draw. All right. GG's. Shake hands. And there you have it. Phoebe getting herself 40 minutes below on time, but bringing it back, keeping it even. They're reviewing the game. We see a slight smile. They're discussing some potential variations in lines, of course. A very peaceful result here. Honestly, this game was very even start to finish. Phoebe definitely for choice in multiple positions, including this ending, truthfully. She's talking about bringing the king in. And yeah, they're saying the shuffle here. Black maybe trying to get a new... Yeah, they're missing the king g3 idea. And black here, you see, discussing g4. And g4 is an idea that black has. This is why the king needed to be on g3. So, yes, discussing king f6 to defend black's g-pawn. Phoebe offering h4 as an idea. Black staying with g4. I love how they're playing the game after they agree to a draw. It's like, you guys could have played this out in the game. It's funny. They're like, all right, now that the game's over, let's actually play. Let's play with like no clock, all the takebacks we want. This is the real game right here. Okay, so anyways, what could have been? Not to be found out as the game ends with a draw. So I think a good result for Phoebe. But yes, we're going to have an interview, so stick around. We have the prediction paying out. So Phoebe not getting the dub today. She always probably gets a little nervous in the time scramble at the end, but her opponent was starting to get into it mutually. So always difficult to play and to push, because you always risk the mistake. But yes, overall, I think a very, very solid game. And yeah, we're going to get ready for an interview here coming up. So if you guys have questions for Phoebe, be sure to put them in the chat. Here we're getting a better glimpse of the playing conditions here. Nice look at her shoes. Normally you don't see. Phoebe does in fact have legs. I know you guys, when you see me, you think that's just a torso, but we do have lower halves to us. Most streamers. I guess I can't. Honestly, I've never met Phoebe, so who knows? These shoes would be banned by Fide. Dang. Maybe Anna Maya's still around and can tell us from experience. Thank you for being here, Plotter. Guys, listen. This stream would not be possible without the viewers, so shout out to you guys for tuning in and for being here. Why she traded knight on f5 for the weak bishop on e7? That is a good question, Martin. I'll write that down in my mind, mentally, because I didn't bring a pen or paper. Actually, I do have a pen, and I think I do have paper. I'm not writing it down. I'm sorry. I'll just have to remind myself. Any other questions, you guys? Why did you trade queens? That's a fantastic question. Can we get the PGN on Discord? Yes. Let's see. What does she rate the chair? 'Tis a good question. All right, Phoebe's going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, but for the time being, you're going to have to put up with me, I guess. So, hello. Welcome to the end of Phoebe's chess game, but the beginning of her interview. I'm going to put the game into the PGN. Well, technically, I guess the PGN into Discord. I think Phoebe has like an OTB channel, but I don't have permission to post in it. So I'm just going to put it into the Anything Chess channel and hope that works out. How is she doing in the tournament? That's actually a good question. I'm not even sure. But last time I watched her, she had a win. I think in between that round and this round, she had a draw, and I think she just had another draw just now. So, yeah, a couple draws, a win. I don't know if she's lost yet. Maybe. She's 2 out of 4. Okay, yeah, one win, 1 loss, 2 draws. So middle of the road from round 1 to 4. Shared second. Very lucky commentator, I know. Lucky to be here and lucky to have people tune in. So shout out to the people, to the fans. This is all for you guys. And yeah, what an opportunity. Hope to have more in the future. How did she feel about her clock management? It's a good question. Especially what was it, 5 minutes to 45 minutes, something like that. Test match special? I don't know what that is. Yeah, hopefully I didn't bore you guys too much. I think there were definitely some moments that were exciting in the game that helps. Hey, Hobgoblin 64 with the 111 bits. Thank you. Do you also stream? What is your channel, if yes? Wait, are you asking me? Or you tagged Phoebe? Um, oh my gosh. Yeah, I do stream. I'm live right now, actually. It should be linked in her title. Cricket the animal. You're asking me. All right. Yeah, my name is Joe Bruin on Twitch. And thanks, Alan, for the host command. Yeah, you guys can follow me if you want. I'm pretty close actually to 10,000 followers. So that's pretty exciting. I'm also getting to like the 5-year anniversary. I think this month would be 5 years of streaming for me, which is crazy. Take care, Fly. Thanks for being here. Yes, hello, Cheesy Gazebo. Good to see you. But I guess my claim to fame, besides being able to commentate and being a VIP for Phoebe, is that I run the Collegiate Chess League for chess.com. That is my main job. And it's pretty exciting. I'm commentating on Saturday with Anna Cramling. So that's been pretty fun. And there's only like 3 weeks left of the season. So all right. We have some camera movement. Let's see. Let's get a sneak peek of what's going on. Thank you, Drake Loss. We have an interview coming up, though. So, Phoebe's taking us down. These are some fancy stairs. Nice little spiral to them. All right. She left her tripod. She left her bag. Probably she has like an assistant that can help her out, maybe. Hello. Oh, what a view. Hi. We're setting up. You're muted. I believe. I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Oh my gosh. Wait, we can't hear. How do I tell her, you guys? How do I tell her? She probably knows. I assume she knows. She surely knows. Discord messenger. I think she's talking to someone else. I'm trying to interrupt her conversation rudely. Yeah, I'm not talking. Sorry, this is awkward. Uh, we could look at Phoebe like this, but um, you know, she probably ran into a fan. Can I lip read for the audience? Probably I should mute myself before. All right. Yeah, that was a pretty good game. I probably drew a little earlier than I wanted, but I was just happy to trade the queens off. And honestly, I was in a big time scramble, so I was getting nervous at the end. So I think a draw is a good result. I don't know much Roy Lopez. I don't know. What else? Something about hedgehogs. Um, Anyways, probably I should honestly, I don't know. Cam pull up Phoebe or Joe. Honestly, this is definitely more entertaining. The Joe cam, no one really wants that. Here's what Phoebe really wants to be saying. Hi, I'm like live streaming right now. Like I'm about to do an interview. Hello. Hi. Hi there. Say hi to the camera. Who's your friend? You need a microphone, Phoebe. There should be an unmute button. Wow, Martin contributed 600 channel points to keep it on the Phoebe cam. Oh, now Phoebe froze. This is definitely still better than my camera. You're still muted. Uh, no, it's not my issue either, for once. No, I think she knows she's muted. You can't hear me? Oh. So it's an issue with both of us. Uh, hmm. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think, like, I think you guys can all see this mute button, right? Yeah, ceiling is very fancy. In some layer. Uh, hmm. Um, I don't think so. Audio source. Huh. No, honestly, guys, I don't. I was literally able to talk to her before the stream to set this up, so I couldn't tell you what the difference is now. Oh, okay. I think you guys are just gonna have to deal with me now. Oh, she's resetting it potentially. If it's on my end, you'll eat your hat. Wow. Hi Phoebe. Can you hear me? I guess not. I don't know. Reinstall the phone. Uh, well, ladies and gentlemen, the interview is on a brief pause right now. Um, I cannot hear you. You cannot hear me, and she's sailing me away. Uh, I don't know, guys. The Here's a nice view. Hello. We cannot hear you, and I don't think you can hear me either. Oh, oh, all right. Another retry. A wild Phoebe. Oh, there we go.
No, I didn't know what the issue was.
Yeah, I guess we'll never know.
Well, you fixed it. Sorry. Sorry I kept you all waiting.
No, it's okay. Who is your friend?
That was he is the what not he is the first seed in the tournament.
Oh wow.
He's the IM. But he lost today.
Oh no.
Uh oh no, yeah.
So you
Um
did better than the IM.
yes. Yes, so one could say I am better than I am,
Yeah. I
right?
mean it's just a
Yeah.
fact.
Yeah, right?
So
Yeah, I think
so
so
you'll
too.
get paired with him next, right?
No, I don't think so.
No? Okay.
No, that's okay. Maybe next round. Yeah, one of
Um,
the rounds.
well, we had some questions from some of your
Okay.
fans. First and foremost, congrats on the draw, and I think it was a very
Thank you.
exciting game. I think that you had some potential, and one of the questions is why you decided to trade your knight on f5 for the bishop on e7.
Yeah, I was really doubting because um maybe I thought maybe if I trade the bishop, then after I can take the knight with my bishop on f6 and then mess up his pawn structure. But in the end, I didn't do that. Um, but I was a bit nervous because he was also attacking the knight with the light square bishop, right?
Yes,
And I didn't want to move it back, my knight. So I thought I'd just trade it.
I think that makes sense.
But I
Then,
don't know if that was good.
well, the computer wanted you to leave the knight, and so if they take, your pawn takes attacking their knight.
Yeah, but I thought my pawn would be weak maybe then.
Yeah, their knight would be pretty bad, I guess, because they have to go backwards, and then our pawn would be defended by our bishop, and we get like the e4 square to use. But it was not very clear or obvious either. So
Oh,
I think
okay.
I think it made sense. And then there was another key moment where you play this move a3, right, for the pawn break.
Yeah.
Now, after he takes on a3, did you consider not taking back the pawn right away, but playing b4 immediately?
Yes, I did consider. But I wasn't sure because I was already a bit low on time and I didn't know if it would be good for me because I thought maybe I would give him then connected pawns.
Okay. Well, his c pawn's pinned to the rook on a7, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So he
Okay.
cannot take
I
on
missed that,
b4.
I think.
Yeah, so this would have been
That's
a,
true.
a strong try, but obviously tricky and hard to see if in time pressure.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, that was another one of the popular questions is how did you feel about your time management?
Well, I have to say the first 10 moves I felt great about it. I was like, I feel like I played these moves quite fast. Um, so I don't know if I was feeling great about it. But then we got further into the game, and I was taking longer and longer, and I was like, oh no, oh no, oh no. And then I felt not so great about it.
Yeah, I think like at one point it was like 5 minutes to like 45 minutes, something like that. Or I don't know.
Yeah,
It felt
but
pretty.
sometimes I need to kind of, when I'm low on time, I get better at making decisions. So sometimes I need the kind of the push of the time.
Exactly. Yeah. And do you think that that time pressure was like a big decision in you're agreeing to a draw?
Yeah, and I also kind of felt that he was better the whole game. I felt like I was okay out of the opening. I thought I had more space, and that his pieces just didn't have so much space. But then I felt like towards the middle end of the middle game, end game, I thought he was better.
Well, so it actually liked your position essentially for the whole game, except for when you traded your knight for his bishop.
Ah,
So
okay.
around that time, maybe like 5 moves, it liked black. But then once you got in a3, it really liked white for a lot.
Ah, okay.
You missed the b4 idea, but then you ultimately played it later, right?
Yeah.
And once you played b4, it really liked your position, but then you traded queens. Then it liked your opponent again. So instead of the queen trade, it wanted um, you to bring the queen to c3.
To c3.
Yeah. So queen a4 attacking your b pawn, and queen c3, you're just defending the pawn, but you're mainly unpinning your b pawn. You're threatening to take on c5 because now your queen defends your rook.
I was thinking about queen c3 to unpin the rook because it defends the rook, but I thought if I do queen 3, because I really thought it was better, and I thought if the queens were off the board, it will be easier for me to defend.
Well, you're the one attacking with the move b4, and he's the one defending. So it wanted you to maintain that pressure, and if you ever take on c5, then you get a passed d pawn, basically a connected pass pawn.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
yeah, but again, time pressure is tricky, so it's not clear.
Yeah.
And then I had one last question about the position. So at the very end of the game, you played king f2 to activate the king, and you had a decision between e3 or g3, and you chose g3.
Yeah.
And this was actually surprising to me initially because I thought you just moved to attack his bishop, but the computer actually really likes g3 a lot. And the idea was that after he plays h5, it wants you to play bishop to d2 and attack his g pawn. So the only way you can defend it is by playing king f6. And then you play h4. And your bishop is going to get to g5. And then you can bring the bishop behind the king to like d8 and defend your b pawn. And then you can play with the rook.
I missed this plan, I think. I just went to those pawns because I thought if he's going to go after my pawn on the queen side, I'm going to go after the pawn on the king side because his rook is stuck defending my b pawn.
Yeah. I also missed this idea, but once I saw you play king g3, like we were all very excited that you would go for bishop d2, but then you brought the king back to f2, and then you guys drew. Like really quickly.
Yeah, I missed the whole idea. Yeah, I didn't see this.
It's not easy without time. But like I mean I'm commentating and like I have a computer and I'm like still also not seeing the idea until after you like play the first move. So that was a moment of like excitement, and then unfortunately
not disappointment.
No follow-up. But ultimately though, I think everyone's really happy for you and we all enjoyed watching you play again. Did you have something you wanted to say to the fans?
Thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. And I hope y'all enjoyed the game. Yeah.
I think we all appreciate this camera angle.
Sorry. No, I really appreciate you two taking the time to commentate and everyone watching today. I really appreciate it, and yeah, I can't wait to see you all again.
And what's next in the world of Phoebe? What can the fans look forward to?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that might...
Hello?
Oh, hi. You're just walking, I guess, through an internet spot.
Hello?
Maybe. Hi. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Okay. Her internet's bad.
Hello?
Hi, Phoebe. We can hear and see you, but your internet isn't working. So.
Hello?
We'll give her a second.
Hello?
Okay. I don't know, guys. Hi. I think it's just the bad internet spot, but...
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, you were gone for a moment.
Well, you were the one that couldn't hear us. We could hear and see everything.
Hello?
Okay. She needs to find a better spot for this. This is kind of fun. All right, maybe the interview lasted a little longer. I wanted to get that last question to ask um, what
Yes.
was next for you and what the fans could look forward to,
Um, so, right, you mean with streaming
sure,
or?
or anything that you
uh,
wanted to talk about.
Oh, so Friday I'll play Fortnite. And Friday I'll play Fortnite, and Sunday some chess again. Um, and then next week Wednesday it's the fifth round, and then there are three more rounds, so 3 more weeks.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for your game again today, Phoebe. We all were appreciative of your masterful skill. That was a very lovely game that you played, and we're looking forward to the next one. So, thank you.
Thank you so much for commenting and to everyone being here. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care, Phoebe. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right, we're gonna find someone to raid, so stick around. Thanks everyone again for being here. Really appreciate it. And you heard it from Phoebe. She's going to be playing Fortnite on Friday, followed by some more chess on Sunday. And she has 3 more rounds of this, so 3 more weeks on Wednesday. And we're going to send you all off to Lonely Winter. So take care. All right. Thanks, everyone. Bye. Also, I have to raid someone on my own channel, too. uh, let's see. Probably I should raid Lonely Winter, too. Actually, I could raid Mackenzie. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. I'll see y'all later. You guys can raid whenever. All right, bye. I don't have like an ending scene. So it's just gonna be this. Anyways, I'm gonna end the stream now. Wait, can you guys not force the raid to go through? I'll just wait then. We've got like what, 10 seconds? You guys can put up with me for 10 more seconds. We've been together for like what, 5.5 hours now? Or maybe less, maybe just 5. I don't know. It doesn't matter. All right. Have a great rest of your week or night or day, wherever you are. I'm tired. But am I a cyclist? I have a bike. I wouldn't call myself a cyclist. Anyways, all right. Bye.